Chapter 1204 Suppressing Mujue. Mujue's body was filled with killing intent. Oh! The flames on his body danced wildly, and his bloodline appeared above his head. Mujue's bloodline was a vine, which was covered in flames and had 9 golden chakras shining. He used bloodline fusion and transformed into a flaming vine, emitting a terrifying aura. Die! The flaming vines danced like long whips and swept toward Lu Ming. The scorching flames seemed to be able to burn everything. All around, the other young men stood up one after another. Their Zhen Yuan glowed and their wills surrounded them to resist the remaining power of the flame. Bang! Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck a vine with his palm. A dull sound was heard. Lu Ming felt a scorching flame spreading towards him and his palm was slightly numb. To be honest, Mujue was very strong. A 9th-level divine-level bloodline and a cultivation at the peak of the 6th-level spiritual god realm. His combat strength was extremely terrifying and much stronger than Yi Kuang's. Buzz! 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 The flaming vine kept waving and lashing at Lu Ming. With a single strike, these vines could crack the earth. Their power was terrifying. Lu Ming's 5-colored concept covered his entire body. The power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique grew stronger and stronger as he struck out palm after palm. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's palm kept clashing with the flaming vines. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The fact that the two of them were evenly matched already shocked the others. He's so strong. This Lu Ming is so strong. Unbelievable. He's actually able to fight Mujue, who's at a higher level. It's indeed unbelievable. The divine wilderness continent is amazing. The others exclaimed in admiration and looked at Lu Ming with fear. All of them had awakened 9th-level divine bloodlines and stood at the peak of all heaven's pride experts. Their combat strength was unparalleled, and it was a common thing for them to fight above their level. It was almost impossible for geniuses like them to be defeated by others who were at a higher level than them. Among geniuses with 9th-level divine rank bloodlines, who would be much weaker than the other? But now Mujue, who had reached the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual god realm, was being challenged by someone of a higher level. And the person who was fighting above his level was from the divine wilderness continent, a continent that was not very famous. Die! Mujue roared. His cultivation level was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's, but he could not take Lu Ming down. This made him extremely angry. If word of this got out, his reputation would definitely take a huge hit. What was a genius? Geniuses were meant to surpass levels and defeat others, not to be defeated by others. If one was defeated by others, what kind of genius was that? He was bound to become a joke. He was furious. He could not wait to crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes. He launched an even more violent attack. What are you shouting for? Would shouting loudly make one stronger? A peak 6th-level spiritual god with such little combat strength. How disappointing. It's time to end this. Lu Ming smiled in disdain. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged above his head. That is his bloodline? It seems to be the legendary bloodline of the 9 dragons, but it's only at the 8th level of the divine level. It's actually only at the 8th level of the divine level. The appearance of Lu Ming's blood meridian caused another uproar. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and roared. The devouring power enveloped Mujue, causing the flaming vines to tremble. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons continued to step forward and used the 9 dragons' sky-treading steps. The violent power struck the flame vines. After a few consecutive explosions, 3 of the flaming vines were instantly blown to pieces. The 9 dragons roared and each of their 9 claws grabbed a flaming vine. With a powerful tear, the 9 flaming vines were all torn apart and turned into flames. Bang! The divine dragon wagged its tail, and the 9 dragons' tails used the prison-suppressing heavenly art to whip at the main part of the flaming vine. The root of the flaming vine was directly sent flying, and it heavily hit the wall. Boom! Countless inscriptions glowed on the wall, but it still shook violently. Mujue let out a scream. He was completely suppressed, completely crushed. After Lu Ming performed the blood fusion, he completely crushed Muju. Buzz! The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and instantly appeared in front of Mujue, their dragon claws continuously striking out. The explosions continued, accompanied by Mujue's shrill screams, causing many people to shiver. After more than 10 moves, Muju finally couldn't hold on any longer. His bloodline collapsed and he returned to his original form. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was covered in injuries, and he was in an extremely miserable state. Among the crowd, Mu Feng's face was pale and bloodless. Muju, who had reached the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm, had been defeated. He had never dreamed that he would be defeated so miserably. Initially, he thought that he could use Muju to cripple Lu Ming and avenge the day he was beaten up by Lu Ming. He never expected that such a powerful Muju would follow in his footsteps. "Bastard, you dare to hit me? You're dead!" Mujue roared in anger. He hated Lu Ming to the core. After today, he, Muju, would become the laughingstock of the South God Palace. The 9 dragons shrank and Lu Ming turned into his human form. His eyes were cold as he kicked Muju's face. Muju screamed in pain and his head hit the wall hard. His face was deformed. "You still dare to threaten me? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" The murderous intent on Lu Ming was so strong that it sent a chill down Mujue's spine. Damn it, damn it! Mujue roared in his heart, but he didn't dare to say another word. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were bloodshot. His killing intent was too strong and cold. He really suspected that Lu Ming would kill him if he said anything more. He stretched out his hand and sucked. With a sweep of his essential core, the storage ring in Mujue's hand flew to Lu Ming and was caught in his hand. "This storage ring will be your punishment for my emotional damage." Lu Ming slowly put away Mujue's storage ring. You can't do this," Mujue wailed. That storage ring was all his savings. Also, what compensation for emotional damage? Speaking of compensation, shouldn't he be the one who should be compensated? He had been beaten up so badly. "You want to die." Lu Ming's blood-red eyes focused, causing Muju to not dare to make a sound. However, his body trembled slightly because of his anger. "Get lost," Lu Ming said indifferently and turned to leave. If this had happened in the Divine Wilderness continent, Lu Ming would have smacked him to death. But this was the Divine Ruins continent after all. Lu Ming had only shown mercy because he had just arrived. Mujue glared at Lu Ming hatefully. He staggered to his feet and walked toward the portal. "Cousin, wait for me." Mu Feng was so scared that his legs were trembling. He quickly followed Muju and left the place. "Brother Pang, the sword-shaped stone you wanted." Lu Ming walked toward Pang Yuan and handed the sword-shaped stone to him. "Ha ha ha, Brother Lu's combat strength is really admirable." Mujue, that arrogant and domineering guy, finally kicked an iron plate today. Pang Yuan laughed and handed the fire spirit root to Lu Ming. "Brother Pang is too polite," Lu Ming said. Both of them had gained something and were happy. "Interesting." The beautiful lady in the red dress looked at Lu Ming. Her heroic eyes were filled with curiosity and fighting spirit. The treasure in the old mine. The treasure exchange continued. Next, others went up and took out their treasures to exchange. "Oh, I also have 2 Divine Ruins ancient mines here. I wonder who needs it. I'll buy it with raw stones." After a while, another young man went up and took out 2 pieces of glistening yellow Divine Ruins ancient mine. "What?" When the young man took out the 2 ancient mines of the Divine Ruins, Xian Yanqing raised his eyebrows. "Lu Ming, I feel that there's something in one of the old mines." Xian Yanqing sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "Little Qing, you can sense it." Lu Ming was a little surprised. "Lu Ming, there's indeed something in one of the old mines. It's quite suitable for this chick. That's why she sensed it. However, it's not too precious." Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and planned to buy it. Just like before, buying the Divine Ruins ancient mine was like gambling, and almost no one made a bid. "I'm new here, and I'm very curious about the Divine Ruins ancient mines. These 2 ancient mines, I'll offer 100,000 pieces of raw stones to buy them and study them, Lu Ming said casually. He seemed to have bought 2 pieces purely out of curiosity. After Lu Ming spoke, no one else spoke. That young man was somewhat depressed. Those 3 pieces of Divine Ruins ancient mine previously were raised to a high price of 5 million, while his 2 pieces could only be sold for 100,000. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was bidding, he could only sell Lu Ming at a price of 100,000. Lu Ming handed the rough stone to the young man and kept the 2 pieces of the old mine. He did not go down. Instead, he swept his gaze across the entire place and said, Lu Ming would like to purchase the Emperor's Bloodstone, 9-leaf Ganoderma, Goblin and Octagonal Mysterious Ice Grass. If you have these 4 spiritual herbs, you can state your conditions. Lu Ming will try his best to fulfill them. Emperor's Bloodstone, Earth Emperor's Essence. The others' expressions changed. These 4 items are all very precious. Their value is no less than the Fire Spirit Root. In fact, the Octagonal Mysterious Ice Grass is even more expensive. That's right. I've only heard of these 4 spiritual herbs and materials, but I've never seen them before. The others were all discussing, and almost everyone shook their heads, indicating that there was no such thing. Emperor's Bloodstone, I do have one. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he looked in the direction of the sound. The one who spoke was the stunning woman in the fiery red dress. It's Ji Hongchen. Someone muttered. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This woman was indeed Ji Hongchen. He was one of the 3 strongest heaven's favorites of the younger generation in the South God Palace. Yi Chuan had mentioned him before. Miss Ji, you have the Emperor's Bloodstone. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. Ji Hongchen's palm glowed and a dark red stone appeared. This stone was like blood jade. The strange thing was that there was a sweet fragrance coming from the stone. It was very pleasant to smell. It really is the Emperor's Bloodstone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Miss Ji, what treasure do you need to exchange for the Emperor's Bloodstone? See if I have it on me. If I don't, I'll find a way to get it. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, it's your first time in the Divine Ruins. You're a guest, so I don't need to exchange for any treasures. Brother Lu can just buy it with raw stones. And 30 million raw stones it is then. Ji Hongchen said. 30 million. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. It was not because it was too expensive but because it was too cheap. A rare treasure like the Emperor Bloodstone was at the peak of level 9 and was extremely rare. Its true price was definitely not just 30 million. Miss Ji, I've already gotten a huge bargain with 30 million raw stones. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, you are a guest. I'll take it as Hongchen befriending you. Ji Hongchen laughed in a forthright manner. Everyone was clear that Ji Hongchen's attitude was due to Lu Ming's ability. If Lu Ming's combat strength was low, Ji Hongchen would not have bothered with him. But now, Lu Ming's strength had attracted Ji Hongchen's attention. That was why he wanted to befriend him. Then thank you, Miss Ji. Lu Ming was not a bashful person. He took out a storage ring, stored 30 million raw stones in it, and handed it to Ji Hongchen. Ji Hongchen handed the Emperor's Bloodstone to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put away the Emperor's Bloodstone and returned to his seat. He was in a good mood. Today's harvest was not bad. After that, more people took out their treasures to exchange, but Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming were not interested. After a while, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing stood up and left. They went to the 5th floor and said goodbye to Yi Chuan. They left the treasure exchange tower and returned to their residence on General Peak. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing entered the mountain and river diagram and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. Between the two people, a piece of Divine Ruins ancient mine was suspended. This piece was the one that Xian Yanqing had sensed. Lu Ming's vital essence on his finger condensed into a blade of vital essence, and he cut it down at the Divine Ruins ancient mine. The Divine Ruins ancient mine was very hard, even harder than many metals. However, under Lu Ming's blade of quintessential essence, it was still easily cut open. Instantly, a wisp of black demonic chi filled the air. There's really something. Lu Ming's expression changed. This divine ruin's ancient mine was really intriguing. There was something sealed in the ancient mine. Gotcha. In the end, the divine ruin's ancient mine split open, and a drop of dark red blood appeared. A beam of dense demonic light shot up into the sky. This is a powerhouse's fresh blood, sealed inside the divine ruin's ancient mine. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Legend had it that ores like the divine ruins, ancient mine did not come from the divine ruins continent. Some people guessed that it came from beyond the heavens. When experts fought, treasures, fresh blood, essence blood, and other things splashed onto the divine ruins, or they landed on the divine ruins continent through the spatial cracks. For various reasons, some treasures, fresh blood, and other things were sealed by the divine ruins ancient mine, and after a long time they were preserved. The owner of this drop of blood is an expert who cultivates the demonic path. Although many years have passed and this drop of blood no longer has much power, it is still very useful to me. If I refine it, my cultivation will definitely increase. Xian Yanqing said. Little Qing. Then quickly refine it, before the energy dissipates. Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded. The blood vessels appeared on his head. He formed a seal with his hands and sucked a drop of blood into his hands. He began to refine it. Lu Ming estimated that Xian Yanqing would need at least a few days to refine a drop of demon blood. Lu Ming went to a nearby mountain peak and took out the remaining few ancient mines in the divine ruins. 3 of them were bought by Mu Ju, but his storage ring was taken by Lu Ming. The 3 divine ruins ancient mines naturally fell into Lu Ming's hands. One of them was the one that he sensed a treasure in. Lu Ming put it aside first and cut open the other 3 divine ruins, ancient mines one by one. As expected, there was nothing inside. There were only 3 ores that were useless. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the last piece of old mine. He used the blade of quintessential essence and cut it. Immediately, a scorching aura spread out from the divine ruins ancient mine. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy and completely cut open the old mine. This is a weapon fragment. In the divine ruins ancient mine, Lu Ming discovered a piece of weapon fragment that emitted a scorching aura, as if there was a flame burning. Strange phenomenon in the divine ruins. This weapon fragment was only the size of a fingernail, but it was filled with a scorching aura, like a ball of burning flames. Oh, this must be a fragment of a Supreme Master's weapon. It contains intense firepower. If I can extract it and refine it, my fire concept will definitely improve greatly. Lu Ming pondered and was tempted. He then circulated his essential core to wrap the weapon fragment and began to extract it. As Lu Ming continued to condense, a flame was extracted from the weapon fragment and jumped on his fingertips. Refine. His quintessential essence wrapped around the flames and began to refine them. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully sensed the fire energy in it to improve his own fire concept. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. After more than 10 days, Lu Ming had completely refined the ball of flame. Fire concept, the peak of level 4 upper tier. Lu Ming opened his eyes and a flame flashed past his eyes. The peak of level 4 upper tier was only a step away from the great circle of level 4. Boom! From a nearby mountain peak, demonic might was vast and mighty, and a stream of demonic chi soared into the sky. The peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Little Qing's cultivation has also improved greatly. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. When he first met Xian Yanqing in the Abyss Demon territory, Xian Yanqing had just broken through to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. After receiving Xiao Wan's inheritance and cultivating for a while, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. However, he was only at the early stage of the 4th level spiritual god realm. Clearly, in the past half a month, Xian Yanqing had refined that drop of demon blood, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th level spiritual god realm. Although the energy from the drop of demonic blood had been refined, Xian Yanqing was still cultivating. Lu Ming could feel that the heavenly demon will was stirring in Xian Yanqing's body. Little Qing wants to take this opportunity to break through the heavenly demon will in one go. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew Xian Yanqing's plan. That drop of demonic blood also contained a strong demonic will. It was very touching for Xian Yanqing, so it was normal for him to have a breakthrough. Lu Ming did not disturb Xian Yanqing. A piece of sky thunder wood appeared in his hand. Lu Ming planned to use the sky thunder wood to continue cultivating and comprehend the concept of thunder. It was very similar to the refining of the weapon fragment earlier. Lu Ming first extracted a wisp of lightning from the sky thunder wood, and then refined this wisp of lightning to improve his thunder concept. In the blink of an eye, another dozen days had passed. In total, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for a month. The wisp of lightning had also been refined by Lu Ming. His lightning concept had also reached the peak of level 4 upper tier. The sky thunder wood that he had bought with 5 million Orirox could help his thunder concept reach the peak of level 4 upper tier. It was worth it. Buzz! A figure stepped through the air and appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was Xian Yanqing. Little Qing, you've broken through your intent realm? Lu Ming asked. Yes, my heavenly demon will has reached the peak of level 4 upper tier. It's a pity that I'm only one step away from reaching the full circle of level 4. Xian Yanqing said. This time she had gained a lot. Her cultivation was just one step away from breaking through to the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. That divine ruins ancient mine is truly wondrous. I reckon that there must be supreme powerhouses who cultivated the fiend path being killed, their flesh and blood scattered. Some were sealed inside the divine ruins ancient mine, Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming nodded. He was also very curious about the divine ruins ancient mine. Woo! At this moment a cry sounded in the sky. The cry sounded very sorrowful, very sorrowful. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. This cry definitely did not come from within the mountain and river diagram, but from the outside world. However, the mountain and river diagram was a treasure of the heavenly abode. It was isolated from the outside world, and sound could not enter at all. But how did this sound enter? Obviously, Xian Yanqing had also thought of this, and his expression changed. Buzz! Dandan flew over from afar and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. She said, "What's this crying? It's so unpleasant to hear. How did it even reach here?" "It's coming from outside. Let's go out and take a look," Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Dandan exited the mountain and river diagram together. As soon as he got out of the mountain and river diagram, the crying sound became even clearer. It was coming from the east. The two of them left the room and went to the courtyard. That's... Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked to the east, their eyes wide in shock. It was nighttime and the world was dark. The moon and stars were nowhere to be seen. But on the east side the sky was blood red. It was like the sunset, but it was definitely not the sunset. The light rushed out from the ground and dyed the horizon red. And that sorrowful cry was coming from that direction. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing flew out of the courtyard and into the sky, where they could see more clearly. At this moment the sky above the South God Palace was filled with people, all looking toward the east. "Tuobashir, do you know what's going on?" Lu Ming asked as Tuobashir was beside them. "General Lu." Tuobashir cupped his fists and said, "This period of time, I specially inquired about it. According to what I know, that direction is the direction where the divine ruins are located. I heard that every year in the divine ruins, such an abnormal phenomenon will happen. Blood light will dye the horizon red, and there will be cries coming out. Divine ruins." Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were both slightly taken aback. They did not expect such a phenomenon to come from the divine ruins. The divine ruins is very mysterious. Inside contains treasures like the divine ruins, ancient mine, but it's also very dangerous. There's not much danger outside the divine ruins, but inside it's very dangerous, especially the core region. Even if emperors enter, they've never seen anyone come out, Tuobashir said. This made Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing even more shocked. It was indeed shocking that even an emperor could not come out. At this moment the crying suddenly disappeared, but what came after was the sound of worship. It was grand and solemn. If one listened carefully, it sounded like a battle song. Cultivate my war spear. Kill the 9 heavens. Slaughter the alien races. Return my mountains and rivers. Vaguely, Lu Ming seemed to have heard these few sentences. They were filled with sorrow and were not afraid of death. Roar. Vaguely, Lu Ming seemed to hear a dragon's roar that shook the world. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. What on earth was in the divine ruins? Lu Ming was extremely curious. This strange phenomenon lasted for an entire night. It only disappeared when the sun rose the next day. At this moment, Lu Ming saw many people flying toward the east. Could they be going to the divine ruins? Lu Ming was a little surprised. It's said that every year, an unusual phenomenon will happen in the divine ruins, but for a period of time after the unusual phenomenon, the divine ruins is the safest. The divine ruins are divided into the outer region, inner region, and core region by the people of the South God Palace. Normally, there's no danger in the outer area, but the inner area is full of danger. Even a supreme martial artist can die if they're not careful. As for the core area, even emperors can't come out. However, for a period of time after the phenomenon, the inner region will become much safer. As long as one's luck isn't too bad, there won't be any great danger. One can enter to search for treasures and divine ruins, ancient mines. Tuobashir explained in detail. Clearly, he had found out a lot during this period of time. Entering the divine ruins. General Lu, why don't we head to the divine ruins to take a look together? Oh, Tuobashir said. Alright, the divine ruins is the most famous wonder of the divine ruins continent. Since I'm here, how can I not go? Let's go. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Tuobashir flew towards the east. Along the way, he saw many people flying towards the east. For example, the divine wilderness continents Longchan, Darkchild, and the others had also headed east. On the divine ruins continent, there were quite a few places in the divine ruins, and they were all very famous. There was only one place near the South God Palace, which was more than 50,000 miles to the east of the South God Palace. The distance of 50,000 li was quickly covered. It's really wonderful and spectacular. Lu Ming and the rest stood in the air, looking into the distance, full of amazement. What came into view was an endless stretch of ruins. Yes, it really was a ruin. Endless rubble, broken palaces, broken mountains, and broken pavilions were scattered on the vast land in front of him. It was as if a rich country had fallen from the sky and smashed into the ground, forming a pile of ruins. Some people speculate that the divine ruins is another world. A tragic great battle occurred in another world, space cracked open, and they fell here. Tuobashir said. Another world? Could it be the heaven realm? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had once been to a small island in the heaven realm, and learned some secrets that were not known to anyone. The heaven realm and the primordial realm were twin worlds. Other than these two worlds, no one had heard of any other world. Moreover, it seemed that there was a fierce war in the heavenly realm, which was just in line with the situation. Buzz, buzz, whoosh, oh! One figure after another charged into the vast divine ruins. Let's go in and take a look, Lu Ming said. The 3 of them also flew towards the divine ruins. The divine ruins were vast and boundless, occupying an extremely vast area. Right now, the location they were in was the divine ruins periphery. Looking up, Lu Ming saw a huge palace that had fallen to the ground in ruins. It was filled with an ancient aura. He also saw a huge ancient city, which was also in ruins and out of shape. It's said that long ago, the divine ruins periphery also had quite a number of divine ruins ancient mines. But so many years have passed, the ancient mines in the divine ruins periphery have long been excavated clean. Only the inner region still has divine ruins ancient mines, Tuobashir said. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing nodded. The 3 of them did not stop and continued flying forward. After a while, the 3 of them arrived inside the divine ruins. At this point, the 3 of them landed and did not fly in the sky. This was because the inner regions were filled with danger, especially when flying in the air. If one were to encounter danger, One would not be able to avoid it in time. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to look around to see if he could find the Divine Ruins, ancient mine. Why do I feel like I've seen this place before? Dandan's eyes darted around as she mumbled. You've really seen it before. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he sent a voice transmission to Dandan. I think I've seen it before, but I can't remember it clearly. Strange, it seems that the more important the matter is, the more I can't remember. Dandan muttered, as if she was carefully recalling. Lu Ming was speechless. Dandan always dropped the ball at the critical moment. The three of them reduced their speed and sensed carefully in the ruins to see if they could find the ancient mine in the Divine Ruins. What a huge palace! Xian Yanqing looked ahead and revealed a look of amazement. In front of him was a huge broken palace. It was on the ground and looked worn out, but one could tell that it was extremely tall and majestic. Lu Ming, I seem to have a trace of feeling. There seems to be a Divine Ruins ancient mine inside. Xian Yanqing said. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. The three of them carefully rushed into the ruins of the hall and looked around carefully. Finally, they came to a remote corner. Xian Yanqing sensed that there was something in the corner that was reacting to her. I'll dig it up. Tuobashir took out a huge axe made of vital essence and began to hack at the ground. The soil of the ruins was very hard, so Tuobashir had a hard time digging. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing joined in. The three of them worked together and cleared the ruins, digging out a large pit that was dozens of meters deep. Sure enough, in the large pit, several pieces of Divine Ruins ancient mines were discovered. Haha, there are a few Divine Ruins ancient mines here. It's truly a case of searching high and low, but finding it without any effort at all. At this moment a loud laugh was heard. With a flash, three figures appeared, looking down at Lu Ming and the other two in the deep pit. The three of them were all young men with powerful auras. There was a faint arrogance on their faces. Now this place belongs to us. The three of you can leave. One of the bald young men said with a commanding tone. You three, we found this place first and excavated it with great difficulty. You want us to leave as soon as you come? Isn't that too much? Said Tuobashir. These three people were clearly trying to rob him. Too much? I don't think that it's already a great kindness for us to let you leave and spare your lives. Why aren't you all getting lost quickly? We don't have so much time to waste here. After excavating these few Divine Ruins, ancient mines, we still have to head to other places. The bald youth rebuked coldly. Tuobashir's face turned dark and he said, You want us to leave with just one sentence? What a joke. Brat, you talk too much. You don't need to leave now. Bang. With that, the bald youth stomped his feet and pounced towards Tuobashir like an eagle pouncing on its prey. At the same time, he threw a punch at Tuobashir. I'm not afraid of you. A mace appeared in Tuobashir's hand. With a loud roar, his aura burst forth and he swung the mace towards his opponent. Fourth level of the spiritual god realm. Over the past month, Tuobashir's cultivation had finally broken through and reached the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. Boom! The bald youth's fist collided with Tuobashir's mace. With a loud sound, Tuobashir's expression changed drastically. Even with his fourth-level spiritual god realm cultivation, it was difficult for him to withstand the attack. He was sent flying backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Die! The bald youth's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he threw a punch towards Tuobashir's heart. Sky Devil Force Field. With a loud shout, a force field was formed and enveloped the bald young man, greatly reducing his speed. At the same time, Xian Yanqing rushed out and struck out with his palm, which collided with the bald young man's fist. With a loud bang, Xian Yanqing and the bald young man retreated at the same time. Little Qing, are you all right? Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing. He could tell that the bald youth had an early 5th level spiritual god realm cultivation, which was slightly stronger than Xian Yanqing. However, Xian Yanqing's combat strength was extremely strong. Even if his cultivation was slightly weaker, he should be able to fight with him. I'm fine. Lu Ming, leave this person to me. You have to be careful of the other two. Xian Yanqing shook his head. There were 3 people on the other side, and the remaining 2 didn't make a move, but they gave off an even more dangerous feeling. Chapter 1208 Draw with the Continent's Geniuses. Don't worry. It's just too early stage 6th level spiritual god realm. Oh, Lu Ming said. The remaining two had reached the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Little girl, how dare you stop me? You're looking for death. The bald young man roared as his vital essence surged and he pounced towards Xian Yanqing. Black lotuses appeared around Xian Yanqing, forming sharp lotus swords. Together with the sky demon force field, they fought the bald youth. The two of them were evenly matched and it was difficult to tell who was stronger. This little girl's combat strength is not bad. It's rare to have such combat strength at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. One of the remaining two young men said. Not bad indeed. It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. There's also a kid in the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. Leave him to me. With that, one of the young men pounced on Lu Ming in a flash. He was as fast as lightning, and his palm was like a knife as he slashed at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure did not move. He did not even look and similarly struck out a palm at the other party. Bang! The two palms collided. Lu Ming did not move, but the other party's figure flew backward. He has some combat strength. It seems like we won't be able to take him down unless we use our true strength. The young man's eyes turned cold and serious. A long spear appeared in his hand, shining with a sharp aura. Whoosh! He became one with the spear and stabbed at Lu Ming. The dragon power in Lu Ming's body erupted as he continued to strike with his palm. Clang! Lu Ming moved later but arrived first. His palm was like lightning as it struck the spear's shaft. Buzz! The spear trembled continuously, and the man's expression changed. His body trembled and he was sent flying again. This time not only him, but the other young man's face also became serious. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, but the combat strength that erupted from him was shocking. He had easily repelled existences at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm time and time again. They weren't ordinary spiritual gods. They were top geniuses. Treasures belong to those with strength. Since you guys have this strength, then these few pieces of divine ruins ancient minds will be given to you guys. Puppet fighter, let's go. One of the young men spoke, and his last words were directed at the bald young man. Lu Ming's combat strength made them feel that he was unfathomable. There was no need to fight with Lu Ming for a few divine ruins ancient minds. Bang! The bald young man exchanged a blow with Xian Yanqing and retreated. You injured my friend the moment you arrived, and now you're leaving just after saying a few words. Who do you think we are? Lu Ming sneered. The aura on his body rose and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Kid, we've already taken the initiative to retreat. What else do you want? You're taking advantage of us, yet you're still acting innocent. Do you really think we're afraid of you because we fought evenly with the continent? The bald young man shouted. Are you the ones who fought to a draw with the continent? Tuobashir exclaimed. A draw with the continent? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Divine Ruins continent cluster had a total of 42 continents. These continents naturally had strong and weak ones too. Although the Divine Wilderness continent was not at the bottom of the Divine Ruins continent group, it was still in the lower middle range and was ranked in the last 10. And the Divine Ruins continent was the number 1 in name and reality. Other than the continent of Divine Ruins, it was also very strong to fight evenly with the continent, and it was ranked in the top 10 of the continent of Divine Ruins. Oh. It was also the only 2 continents that made it into the top 10 among the 9 continents of the South God Palace. The 3 young men before him were from the Ping Ping continent. No wonder they were filled with arrogance. No wonder he was so powerful. 2 of the 3 people he met had actually stepped into the 6th level spiritual god realm. Seeing Tuobashir's shocked expression, the bald young man and the other 2 looked pleased. I don't care which continent you're from. If you don't leave something behind today, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming continued to speak as he strode forward. The bald young man and the other 2 men's faces turned ugly as they approached. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'll see what you're capable of. The young man who had attacked Lu Ming earlier had a cold look in his eyes. A long spear appeared above his head. He performed the blood fusion and transformed into a long spear. The terrifying sharp power filled the air and pierced holes in the void. Whoosh! The long spear came down and pierced through Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared and a wisp of energy surged in. Lu Ming roared and his killing intent surged out like a tide as he punched out. Clang! The fist landed on the spear, causing it to tremble and fly back. This shocked the other young men who were fighting evenly with the continent. Let's attack together. The other 6th-level spiritual god realm youth shouted. A combat sword appeared above his head. He transformed into a combat sword and slashed violently at Lu Ming. Needless to say, their bloodlines were all at the 9th level of the divine level and had reached perfection. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw 2 consecutive punches at the long spear and the combat sword, sending them both flying and shaking. How can he be so strong? The bald burly man's expression changed drastically, and he was extremely shocked. He and Lu Ming were both 5th-level spiritual god realm martial artists. However, he felt that if he were to fight with Lu Ming, he would not be able to withstand even one move from Lu Ming. He was too strong. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to attack. He swung his fists continuously and a terrifying force exploded, hitting the combat sword and the long spear continuously. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal being struck rang out as the battle soared, and the long spear shook continuously. So strong. Is this General Lu's combat strength? He's really too strong. Tuobasher's eyes widened in shock. Back then, when Lu Ming was at the same level as him, he was already convinced that Lu Ming had defeated him with one move. Now, he admired Lu Ming even more when he went all out. Lu Ming did not use the blood meridian fusion. He kept punching with both his fists, each of which contained the powerful strength of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Ever since he had gotten the fragment of the prison-guarding steel, his prison-guarding sky technique had become more and more powerful. Even if he used the same vital essence, his power was much stronger than before. However, he felt that the prison-suppressing heaven technique could be even more powerful. There was still a lot of potential that he had not discovered. Lu Ming was trying to understand it as he fought. The speed of his punches became slower and slower, but each punch seemed to suppress and imprison everything in the world. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast, forcing the other party to meet force with force. Clang! 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 The sound of explosions continued to ring out as the sword and spear trembled more and more violently. Finally, with 2 bangs, they exploded and turned back into human figures. Their faces were pale and they spat out blood as they retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The 2 of them were at the early stage of the 6th-level spiritual god realm, which was higher than Lu Ming's cultivation. However, even when the 2 of them joined forces, they were completely suppressed by Lu Ming and were seriously injured. How was this possible? Who are you? Are you a peerless heaven's favorite of the South God Palace? One of the young men asked. They suspected that Lu Ming was a peerless heaven's favorite cultivated by the South God Palace. Only the overlord of the divine ruins could cultivate such a powerful heaven's favorite. You want to know who I am? You're not qualified enough. Leave your storage ring behind and get lost. Lu Ming looked at the bald young man. The Mu family's expert. The 3 young men who had fought evenly with Lu Ming from the mainland all had ugly expressions on their faces, especially the bald young man, who looked even worse. Lu Ming actually wanted him to leave behind his storage ring. Oh, friend, don't go too far. There are even stronger heaven's favorites on the continent. If we go too far, it won't do anyone any good, the bald man said. The storage ring was all he had. Nonsense. If you don't hand him over, leave him behind. Lu Ming rebuked and strode towards bald Lu Ming. His cold killing intent covered the bald man's body, causing his bald head to break out in cold sweat. Puppet fighter, leave the ring. The other young man who fought evenly with the others from the continent spoke. In the end, the bald young man had no choice but to take off his storage ring and throw it to Lu Ming. Let's wait and see. After fighting evenly with one of the young men on the continent, the three of them left with their tails between their legs after leaving behind some harsh words. Tuoba, this ring is for you. Lu Ming threw the bald young man's storage ring to Tuoba Shur. This? I can't accept this. Tuoba Shur waved his hands frantically. No need to be so polite with me. This is compensation for your injuries. Lu Ming said with a smile. Tuoba Shur was the last to put it away, and he was touched. After that, they dug out the few pieces of Divine Ruins ancient mines. There were a total of 5 Divine Ruins ancient mines. They were all the same glistening yellow like gold ore, but the material was not gold, and was hundreds of times more valuable than gold. Of course, to them, even if it was tens of thousands of times more valuable than gold, it was of no use to them, unless it was a precious material for refining weapons. However, this kind of glistening yellow ore seemed to have no other use except for its unique sealing ability. Little Qing, you have a reaction to this Divine Ruins ancient mine, indicating that it contains items that are useful to you. You keep it. Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded and kept the 5 ancient mines. Then, the few of them carefully surveyed the area and left after finding nothing else. Following that, the 3 of them searched many places. Unfortunately, they did not discover any other Divine Ruins ancient mines. You guys follow me. There might be a Divine Ruins ancient mine ahead. Dandan ran forward madly. In front of her was a huge stone forest, and at a glance there were stone pillars. Some of the stone pillars were as thick as a mountain peak, while others were as thin as a stick. Lu Ming and the other 2 followed Dandan into the stone forest to sense it carefully. Dandan's pair of eyes swiveled around and finally, she sensed something in a place. The few of them dug a large pit, and indeed, they discovered a few more Divine Ruins ancient mines. This place is very magical. Let's take a look again, Lu Ming said. The group continued to venture deeper into the stone forest. Suddenly, with a boom, a huge explosion was heard. Then the 3 of them saw the stone pillars in front of them explode one by one. Gravel flew everywhere as a figure flew over at high speed. This figure had clearly been sent flying by someone and crashed into the stone pillars, which was why the stone pillars had exploded. Bang! In the end, the figure crashed into a stone pillar that was as large as a mountain not far away from Lu Ming and the rest. It only stopped after half of the stone pillar was destroyed. This is Long Chun. The 3 men's gazes froze and their hearts skipped a beat. This figure was actually Long Chun. Long Chun spat out a mouthful of blood and saw Lu Ming and the other 2. Let's go! Long Chun shouted. Buzz! Whoosh! Oh! Their figures flickered as they arrived one after another, their powerful auras covering the entire stone forest. Oh! Among these people, there were middle-aged men and white-haired old men. The aura they emitted was very shocking. The worst was at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, some were at the 9th level, and some were even at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Long Chun, let's see how you die today. An arrogant voice rang out. The 2 young men stepped out. Mu Feng, Mu Ju. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Oh. These 2 young figures were Mu Feng and Mu Ju. The one who had just spoken was Mu Feng. At that moment, Mu Feng and Mu Ju turned their eyes and saw Lu Ming and the rest. Haha, Lu Ming, it's you guys. What a coincidence. I was planning to kill Long Chun before looking for you guys. I didn't expect to meet you here. Haha, I'll kill you guys as well. It saves me the trouble of looking for you. Mu Jua laughed hysterically when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming had an idea and could roughly guess what had happened. It seemed like Mu Feng and Mu Ju harbored a grudge against them and led experts to kill them in the Divine Ruins. The first person they encountered was Long Chun. They planned to kill Long Chun before killing Lu Ming and the others, but they did not expect Lu Ming and the others to come here as well. Kill them all! Mu Ju roared. Boom! An elder appeared above Lu Ming and the other 2. A vast aura burst forth and a huge fireball appeared in his palm. No, it was not a fireball but a huge meteorite. Great circle of the spiritual god realm. Not good. Retreat. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. This elder's aura was too shocking. He was in existence at the great circle of the spiritual God realm. Without the slightest hesitation, they frantically retreated. Boom! The moment they retreated, the meteorite crashed down at an unbelievable speed. Get lost! At that moment, the 8 streams of dragon energy in Lu Ming's body erupted. His third bloodline emerged. In an instant, Lu Ming threw dozens of punches, each of which was powerful, hoping to weaken the meteorite's power. Sky Devil Force Field. Xian Yanqing's demonic force field was also weakening the meteorite's power. Boom! The meteorites fell and exploded, and the violent power spread out in all directions. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing retreated thousands of meters at top speed. They only stopped after they crashed through a dozen stone pillars. Little Qing, are you okay? Lu Ming asked with concern. I'm fine. Xian Yanqing shook his head. She was surrounded by the Sky Demon force field, which weakened the power of the meteorite. It was not a big deal. Not good, Tuoba Sure. Lu Ming's expression changed. He did not see Tuoba Sure at the side. Soon, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the scene in front of them became clear. Tuoba Sure had also blocked the force, but he was sent flying in another direction. That direction was closer to Muju and the others. Bang! Tuoba Sure stood up from the rubble with blood spurting from his mouth. Although he had managed to block the force, he was clearly injured. Tuoba, quickly leave! Lu Ming shouted. Haha, we can't escape. Muju laughed heartily. In a flash, he pounced towards Tuoba Sure with lightning speed. Tuoba Sure's cultivation base was 2 stages lower than Muju's. In addition to his injuries, Muju grabbed his throat without any resistance. Lu Ming, kneel down and beg me. Otherwise, I'll kill your friend immediately. Muju laughed and looked at Lu Ming smugly. Lu Ming, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Tuoba Sure roared. Chapter 1210 Death of Tuoba Sure. Shut up. Oh. Muju's eyes turned cold as he chopped off one of Tuoba Sure's arms with his hand like a knife. Tuoba Sure roared like a wild beast. Muju! At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. He stared at Muju and said, I will kill you and let you die a miserable death. Haha, Lu Ming, are you joking? Today I've mobilized so many experts from the Mu family. If you think you can escape, you'll all die. Mujua laughed arrogantly. Kill them. Finally, Mujua waved his hand and gave the order. Kill. Brat, die. A series of cold shouts rang out as a terrifying aura burst forth. True energy boiled as a terrifying killing intent enveloped Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and Long Chen. Ow! The Archean dragonesque elephant appeared on Long Chen's body, and he turned into a giant elephant the size of a mountain. The Archean dragonesque elephant roared and took a step forward. An 8th-level spiritual god realm expert's expression changed drastically. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was torn to pieces. With a swing of the elephant trunk, a 9th-level spiritual god realm expert spat out blood and was sent flying in horror. Previously, one of their great circle of the spiritual god realm experts suddenly attacked and gave Long Chen a heavy blow, sending him flying. They thought that Long Chen was only SOSO, but they didn't expect him to be so terrifying when he erupted. Little Qing, help me! Lu Ming shouted, and the 9-dragon bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons, stepped on the void, and rushed toward Muju. Muju's expression changed drastically. He held on to Tuoba Sure and retreated while shouting, Kill him, kill him! Buzz! Whoosh! Oh! All of a sudden, 5 to 6 experts rushed toward Lu Ming. The weakest of them was at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Sky Devil Force Field. Xian Yanqing also performed the bloodline fusion, and turned into a magnificent heavenly demon. She pressed her jade-like hands together and a powerful heavenly demon force field burst out. This is the 8th level spiritual god realm and even 9th level spiritual god realm experts. Expressions changed. This was because they were all hindered by the heavenly demon force field, especially those at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, who suffered the most. Devour. The 9 dragons roared, and the devouring power burst forth, enveloping 5 or 6 experts under the devouring power, weakening their combat power once again. Bang! 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 Then the 9 dragons stepped out. Ah, not good. Ah! With a series of screams, a few 8th level spiritual god realm experts were torn to pieces by the claws of the 9 dragons and died on the spot. Bang! Bang! The 2 9th level spiritual god realm experts were also forced to retreat. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and their faces were deathly pale. Kill! The 9 dragons let out a long roar and continued to step forward. Their 2 dragon claws swiped down at the 2 9th level spiritual god realm experts. The power of the prison suppressing heaven technique erupted, and there was no way to avoid it. Help! The 2 experts at the 9th level of the spiritual god realm roared in fear. Then they each performed their bloodline fusion and erupted with all their strength to resist. However, it was useless. Under the 9 dragons' dragon claws, his bloodline collapsed. When he turned into a human, he was torn apart by the dragon claws. Roar! The devouring power erupted and devoured the blood essence energy of the spirit god experts. This. Mu Ju and Mu Feng were scared out of their wits as they frantically retreated. This was too terrifying and shocking. When Long Chan and Lu Ming erupted, they could kill 8th level spiritual god realm experts as if they were chickens. Even 9th level spiritual god realm experts would die. They were only at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. How could they be so terrifying? Evil creature, you're looking for death. A white-haired elder stepped out and struck out with his palm. In his palm there was boiling lava, which condensed into a meteorite and blasted toward Lu Ming. Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm. The Great Circle Spirit God Realm expert attacked again. Boom! The Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm was too powerful. Its combat strength was several times stronger than that of a 9th level spiritual god. With a burst of true essence, it shattered Xian Yanqing's sky demon power field. Xian Yanqing's delicate body trembled and she retreated. Her face turned pale. Boom! 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 The 9 dragons' claws continued to strike the meteorite, producing 9 explosive sounds. Lu Ming took a few steps back with each explosion. After 9 sounds he kept retreating, his dragon body trembling. In the end, Lu Ming was suppressed by a perfected spiritual god. Ow! On the other side, the Archean dragonesque elephant let out a long howl. Its might was incomparably powerful, and it had killed several experts in succession. Even a 9th level spiritual god expert had died at Long Chen's hands. However, at this moment, there were also experts at the Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm who made their moves and suppressed Long Chan. Lu Ming, you guys retreat quickly. Don't worry about me. Tuoba sure roared. Given Lu Ming and the rest's combat abilities, if they were determined to break out of the encirclement, they might be able to do so. Lu Ming, I'll kill him immediately if you break out of the encirclement. Mu Ju shouted. He was truly afraid of Lu Ming and Long Chen's combat strength. If he let go of such powerful figures, he would not be able to live in peace in the future. Don't even think about using me to threaten them. Even if I die, I won't die in such a cowardly manner. Tuoba sure roared in anger. A terrifying wave of energy burst out of his body, emitting a brilliant light. Crazy. Mu Ju's expression changed drastically. He shook off Kai Ta and retreated frantically. Haha, let's die together. Tuoba sure laughed heartily as he charged towards Mu Feng and Mu Ju. Boom! Then Tuoba sure's entire body exploded and the violent energy swept towards Mu Feng and Mu Ju. Self-destruction, Tuoba sure had self-destructed. Not even his bones were left. 2 figures flew out. They were Mu Feng and Mu Ju. Mu Feng was in a terrible state. Both of his arms were missing, and half of his body was blown up. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, his life force was quickly dissipating, and even the gods couldn't save him. Mu Ju's cultivation was much stronger, so he was much better off. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master, are you all right? Two powerful warriors appeared beside Mujue. I'm fine. Attack and kill them. Let's attack together and kill them all. Muju roared. The rest of the powerhouses charged toward Longchan, Lu Ming, and Xian Yanqing. There were as many as 4 people in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. The remaining people were all in the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. Tuoba. At this moment Lu Ming had calmed down. However, the icy cold killing intent in his eyes was unimaginably dense. Little Qing, you go first into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing nodded. She knew that Lu Ming could only perform better if he was alone. With a flash of light, Xian Yanqing's figure was absorbed into the mountain and river diagram. Kill! With a loud shout, a huge stone tablet appeared. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. The 9 dragons turned into a ray of light and entered the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and it grew to a height of 30,000 meters, emitting terrifying waves. Especially the word steel at the bottom, which had a shocking energy. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel pressed down on a great circle of the spiritual god stage. Break! The great circle spirit god expert transformed into a huge meteorite. Flames filled the sky as the meteorite crashed toward the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, killing a great circle spirit god. The huge prison-suppressing steel and the meteorite collided. It was like 2 stars had collided. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept in all directions. Countless stone pillars were turned into dust under the energy ripples. Oh! Boom! In the light of the flames, the huge meteorite was knocked back and slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. The perfected spiritual god was no match for Lu Ming, and was at a disadvantage. Not far away, Muju was almost scared to death. This was too terrifying. Even a great circle spiritual god was no match for him. What kind of combat power was this? Suppress! The cold voice came out of the prison-suppressing steel, and continued to press down on the huge meteorite. Buzz! At this moment a huge palm print came from the side and hit the prison-suppressing steel, blocking it for a moment. It was another great circle of the spiritual god stage. Bang! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the huge meteorite flew out of the ground and met up with another great circle of the spiritual god stage. Let's attack together. This person is too monstrous. An old voice came from the huge meteorite, and it was filled with shock. Attack! The other great circle spiritual god shouted. 2 great circle spiritual gods joined forces and charged toward Lu Ming. The great circle of the spiritual god realm was several times more powerful than the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. It was extremely terrifying. In a sense, the great circle of the spiritual god realm was already the peak of the spiritual god realm. Standing at the highest point of the spiritual god realm, one would be an emperor. As for the supreme being realm, it was actually just a stage in the great circle of the spiritual god realm that was on the way to the emperor realm. Emperors needed to transform their intent into a domain, while supremes had already comprehended the embryonic form of a domain, but had not yet fully transformed it into a domain. Kill! Even though he was facing 2 great circle spiritual gods, Lu Ming's killing intent was still soaring. The prison-suppressing steel emitted a brilliant light and pressed down on the 2 of them. Boom! Boom! The 2 perfected spiritual god powerhouses joined forces to resist and burst out with terrifying attacks. However, they were suppressed by Lu Ming in the end. They were continuously bombarded by the stone tablet and were forced to retreat. The 2 of them joined forces but were still at a disadvantage. Dragon and elephant battling the heavens. On the other side, the Archean dragonesque elephant went berserk. Its body expanded and its scales were dense. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, and it had the terrifying power to trample through mountains and rivers. Longchan was also facing 2 experts in the great circle of the spiritual god realm. At this moment, the immemorial dragon elephant's terrifying combat strength was fully displayed. He was fighting 2 experts in the great circle of the spiritual god realm alone, and was not at a disadvantage at all. He even had the upper hand. The bloodline of the top 10 war beasts is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming sensed the situation over there, and he was secretly shocked. At the same time, Lu Ming was looking forward to the 9-dragon bloodline. Right now, the 9-dragon bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine level, and had yet to reach perfection. However, once the 9-dragon bloodline reached perfection, it would definitely be even stronger. Furthermore, it would give birth to the 9th dragon energy, and its might would definitely be even more terrifying. At that time, the power of the bloodline of the 9 dragons alone would not be weaker than Long Chen's. The two of them had joined forces and were actually able to suppress 4 Great Circle spiritual god stage experts. How could this be? How did this happen? Mujue murmured to himself, his eyes wide open in fear. Lu Ming and Long Chen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He had already overestimated Lu Ming. He had brought 4 perfected spiritual god experts and more than a dozen 8th and 9th level spiritual god experts. Even with such terrifying combat strength, not only did he fail to kill Lu Ming and Long Chen, but he had also fallen into a disadvantageous position. It was something that he had never imagined. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel shook, forcing the 2 perfected spiritual god realm experts to retreat. Then it moved horizontally, shaking a 9th level spiritual god realm expert to death. Then, the prison-suppressing steel pressed down on a great circle of the spiritual god stage, who was fighting with Long Chen. The powerhouse never expected Lu Ming to suddenly attack him. At that moment he was fighting Long Chen with all his might and was caught off guard. He was hit by the prison-suppressing steel. With a scream, half of his body was blown up. He fell to the ground with only half of his breath left. "Let's join hands," Lu Ming said. "All right." "Yes," Long Chen replied without any hesitation. With a long roar, an elephant leg as tall as a heavenly pillar stomped out, causing another great circle spiritual god expert to spit out blood and retreat. Buzz! Following that, Lu Ming suppressed him and killed the perfected spiritual god. "Not good, young master, quickly retreat." The expressions of the 2 perfected spiritual god experts who had been fighting Lu Ming changed drastically. Lu Ming suddenly changed his target and joined forces with Long Chen at lightning speed, killing the 2 perfected spiritual god experts. It was already too late for them to rescue him. At this moment, the only thing they could think of was to escape. "Run, run, run!" Mujue roared in his heart as he turned around and fled frantically. 2 perfected spiritual god experts followed closely behind. There were also a few 9th level spiritual god realm experts. Kill! Lu Ming would not let Mujue escape so easily. The huge prison-suppressing steel broke through the space and charged at Mujue. Bang! Bang! The Archean dragonesque elephant stomped on the void, and the space kept exploding as it chased after Mujue. The distance between the 2 sides was constantly closing. "Run, run! Take me with you and run! Go and stop them!" Mujue ordered 2 perfected spiritual god experts to take him and escape. He also ordered a few 9th level spiritual god realm experts to block Lu Ming and the rest. The faces of the few 9th level spiritual god realm experts turned the color of pig liver. Asking them to go and block Lu Ming and the others wasn't that courting death. The few of them were naturally unwilling to go. "If you don't go, I'll report to my father. You'll still die," Mujue roared. He was the young master of the Mu family, and was extremely talented. He was 100% sure that he would become an emperor in the future. Therefore he had a lot of power. A few 9th level spiritual god realm experts looked at each other and suddenly flew to the sides. They had actually escaped. They would die if they went to stop Lu Ming and the rest. They would die if they went back. They might as well escape. "Damn traitor!" Mujue roared and almost peed his pants. The 2 Great Circle spiritual god stage experts carried Mujue and ran at top speed. However, Lu Ming and Long Chen were getting closer and closer to them. "Not good, Lu Ming. There's a supreme being approaching from ahead. It might be a supreme being from the Mu family." Suddenly Dandan shouted. "Paragon!" Lu Ming's expression changed. With his current cultivation base, he would definitely die if he were to face a supreme martial artist. A supreme being was already considered half a step away from an emperor. Once the embryonic form of a domain was formed, no one could compete with him. Killing a perfected spiritual god was as easy as eating and drinking. Lu Ming and the rest were no match for him. Lu Ming, retreat quickly. Otherwise it'll be too late. A supreme being can tear open space. Dandan cried out anxiously. Lu Ming's expression changed and he shouted, Long Chun, let's go. Having said that, Lu Ming changed his direction and flew away. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Muju in the future, but he couldn't bring Xian Yanqing along with him to face the Grandmaster. Although Long Chun did not know why, he knew that Lu Ming must have discovered something. Without any hesitation, he turned around and followed Lu Ming, running madly behind him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were far away. What? Muju and the two perfected spiritual god experts were a little stunned. They did not know why Lu Ming and the rest had suddenly escaped. Supremes taking action, core of the divine ruins. Who? Oh. Having escaped with his life, Mujua let out a long sigh of relief. He felt as if his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Lu Ming, Long Chun. Mujua gritted his teeth. This time their losses were too great. They had lost more than a dozen 8th and 9th level spiritual god experts, and 2 perfected spiritual god experts. They were all advanced spiritual gods. Even if there were many experts in the divine ruins, he would be punished by his father if he lost so many of them at once. Sila. The space suddenly split open and a middle-aged man stepped out. Elder Rain, is that you? Seeing this middle-aged man, Muju's eyes lit up and he became excited. A supreme martial artist. The Mu family's supreme martial artist had arrived. He finally knew why Lu Ming and the rest had fled in a hurry. They must have sensed the arrival of the supreme being and fled. Young master, what's going on? Supreme Dancing Rain frowned when he saw the sorry state Muju and the others were in. Someone killed a member of the Mu family. Elder Rain, they're right in front of us. They didn't get far. Let's chase after them and kill them. Mujua shouted. Who dares to kill my Mu family's people? Young master, I'll take you with me. Supreme Dancing Rain swept Muju with her vital essence and tore the space apart. She stepped into the space with Muju and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, what's going on? Lu Ming and Long Chun ran at top speed. A paragon is coming, Lu Ming said. Long Chun's expression changed drastically. Although he had no idea how Lu Ming was able to sense the presence of a supreme being, with their current strength, they would definitely die if they were to face a supreme being. The two of them were extremely fast, like 2 bolts of lightning cutting through the void. At this moment, Lu Ming had already transformed into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons stomped in the air at an astonishing speed. As for the Archean dragonesque elephant that Long Chun had transformed into, although it was huge and had immense strength, its speed was also terrifyingly fast. As the elephant's legs stomped down, the void exploded. 1 step was 1,000 miles. The direction the two of them were heading was the core direction of the divine ruins. Not good. Hurry up. That supreme martial artist is catching up. Dandan anxiously urged. Hurry up. Lu Ming shouted. Together with Long Chun, they used all their strength to rush forward. When Lu Ming heard that the supreme being was coming, he flew towards the core of the divine ruins without hesitation. If they had tried to escape in any other direction, they definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Supremes could tear through space, and no matter how fast they were, they wouldn't be able to outrun Supremes. They would definitely be caught. The only way to survive was the Divine Ruins core. Although the Divine Ruins core was rumored to be very dangerous, he could only take a gamble. We're almost there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The area in front of them was filled with a blood-colored mist. From afar it looked misty. That was the core region of the Divine Ruins, the legendary Forbidden Area, where anyone who entered would die. However, Lu Ming and Long Chun had no choice but to hide in there for the time being. Buzz! Buzz! The two of them were decisive people. Without any hesitation, they rushed into the blood-red area and disappeared. Sila! Just as the two of them entered the core region, The space outside the core region split open. Supreme Dancing Rain stepped out of the spatial crack with Muju. Young Master, they've entered the core area. Supreme Bath frowned. Humph, even emperors will die if they enter the core area. If they go in, they'll be dead for sure. It's a pity that they died like this. It's too good for them. Oh. Mujua's face revealed a ferocious expression as he gritted his teeth. He had wanted to take down Lu Ming and Long Chen and make them wish they were dead. And that Xian Yanqing, such a beauty, he originally wanted to take her down and enjoy her, but now he could only let them die. The Divine Ruins core region they naturally did not dare to enter, because even emperors would die if they entered. It was too strange and too dangerous. Oh. However, Mujua was still worried. Elder Rain, please guard this place for half a month. Since ancient times, no one has been able to survive in the core region for more than half a month. If they still don't come out after half a month, it means that they're dead. All right, young master. Don't worry. Supreme Dancing Rain nodded. After that, Muju waited there for a day. After a day, Lu Ming and the others still did not come out, so Muju went back alone, leaving Supreme Dancing Rain to guard the place. As soon as Lu Ming and Long Chen rushed into the core area of the Divine Ruins, it was as if the stars had shifted, and the environment behind them suddenly changed. What's going on? The two of them stopped at the same time and looked back. Behind them there was a blood mist, and they couldn't see the specific situation at all. Logically speaking, even though there was a blood-colored mist here, they should still be able to see some things with their eyesight. But now it was all hazy. Could this place be inside a great formation? Lu Ming secretly guessed. We're safe. We can't sense that supreme martial artist anymore. Dandan patted her chest with her claws and let out a long breath. The bodies of the 9 dragons shrank. Lu Ming and Long Chen transformed into human forms. The supreme martial artist didn't chase us. Let's recover first. With that, Lu Ming descended. The area was still in ruins. Below them was the wreckage of an ancient hall. Lu Ming landed and sat cross-legged on a huge rock. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of raw gemstones appeared. He devoured them and began to refine them. After the battle just now, his primeval essence was severely depleted and he needed to recover. Long Chen did the same. He took out a pile of raw gemstones and began to recover. Half an hour later, their true yuan recovered to its peak. Hoo-hoo. The cold wind howled, the only sound in this silent land. The blood-colored mist seemed to have become thicker. Lu Ming, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. I feel that this place is very strange. It's very dangerous if we stay here for too long. Dandan's eyes rolled as she said. Lu Ming nodded. His glabella glowed and Xian Yanqing's figure appeared. Where is this place? Xian Yanqing's eyes swept across the room and he was slightly stunned. Little Qing, this is the core of the Divine Ruins. Lu Ming briefly explained the matter in a few sentences. Then they chose the direction they came from and walked in that direction. However, after walking for a while, they realized that they couldn't get out at all. It was as if they didn't come from this direction at all. Is it really a great formation? Lu Ming frowned. No, it's more advanced than a large array. There's an unknown force that has changed the energy of the field, making it impossible to tell the direction in this place. Right now we may look like we're going out, but there's a possibility that we're going in. Dandan frowned and analyzed. Dandan, you can't see the flaws and find the way out? Lu Ming asked. If I was at my peak, this would be nothing. But now I can only try my best. Dandan smiled awkwardly. Buzz. At this moment, a huge blue stone not far away from Lu Ming suddenly emitted a bright light. The endless runes glowed and formed chains that were filled with flames. Within the light was Long Chen. The moment he stepped onto the blue stone immediately burst out with chains of flames. Chapter 1213 Danger. There was actually a formation hidden in this green rock. Due to his carelessness, he had not discovered it. Oh! Whoosh! The flaming chains wrapped around Long Chen. Break! Long Chen roared and threw out his fists. Boom! Boom! The two punches were so powerful that they pierced through the space, but the flame chains were very strong. Long Chen's punches only shook the flame chains, but they didn't break. Hoo-hoo! Then the green stone glowed and more flame chains spread out. Die! Long Chen shouted angrily. His entire body glowed and his arm became thick. A layer of scales appeared on his arm as he punched out. Buzz! One of the flaming chains was finally broken. But what followed were even more chains, and two of them were already wrapped around Long Chen's body. Chi-chi! The chains wrapped around Long Chen's body, making a sizzling sound. Green smoke was even coming out of Long Chen's body. This flame chain was extremely terrifying. It actually ignored Long Chen's protective True Yuan and directly acted on his body. A layer of scale armor appeared on Long Chen's skin, exactly the same as the one on the Archean dragonesque elephant. Chi-chi! The chains were working on the scales, causing them to creak. From the looks of it, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Break! Long Chen's muscles bulged as he grabbed the two chains and struggled with all his might. He finally broke the two chains, but more chains appeared around him and enveloped him. These flame chains are so terrifying. They can cut objects in half. I don't think Long Chen can hold on for long, Xian Yanqing said with a serious expression. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the blue stone and the runes. He was looking for a way to break it. Hoo-hoo-hoo. As time passed, the light on the blue stone grew brighter and brighter. More and more flame chains appeared, and Long Chen was getting more and more exhausted. There were already a few strangulation marks on his body, and he was almost cut in half by the flame chains. Long Chen, take 2 steps to the right and 3 steps back, he ordered. Suddenly Lu Ming's voice was heard. Long Chen was slightly taken aback, but he did as he was told without hesitation. He took 2 steps to the right, then 3 steps back. A few chains brushed past Long Chen by a hair's breadth. 4 steps to the right, 2 steps forward, 5 steps to the left. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the blue stone as he continued to give instructions. Now, Ming Lian's second body had already obtained the inheritance of the profound sky saint in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. After cultivating hard in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, his progress in the Tao of Ming Lian was at a terrifying speed. Lu Ming's main body and his clone were connected in their minds. As his Tao of inscription of the clone improved, Lu Ming's eyesight had naturally improved greatly as well. Although he did not have mental energy fire and could not inscribe inscriptions, he could still see the flaws in the array. Following Lu Ming's instructions, Long Chen dodged to the right, then to the left, then to the back, then to the front. He dodged all the chains and slowly left the range of the blue stone. Dandan, I need your help, Lu Ming said to Dandan when he saw Long Chen coming to the edge of the blue stone. Don't worry, just watch me. Dandan flew out and waved its claws. Inscriptions appeared and formed a large array. Then it rushed into the blue stone. Long Chen is out, Lu Ming shouted. Without hesitation, Long Chen charged out. The formation he had formed glowed, temporarily imprisoning the flaming chains. However, in the next moment they collapsed one by one. In this short moment, Long Chen managed to rush out of the blue stone and let out a long breath. Brother Lu, thank you for your help. Long Chen cupped his fists at Lu Ming. You're welcome, it's nothing much. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I Long Chen clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. You saved my life this time, and I will remember it in my heart, Long Chen said solemnly. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. Be careful in this place. It looks broken, but there are some parts of the array that are still powerful even after so many years, Dandan reminded. Dandan, do you know how to get out? Lu Ming asked. I can only try my best. Follow me and don't walk around. Dandan flew out and circled around, carefully sizing up the surroundings. This way. After a while, Dandan pointed in a direction. This way. Isn't this side heading towards the core of the divine ruins? Lu Ming was puzzled. Xian Yanqing and Long Chen also looked at Dandan in confusion. What are you looking at? If you don't believe me, then you can look for him yourself. Dandan pouted and ran away. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only trust this fellow. The three of them followed Dandan and moved forward carefully. Dandan and Lu Ming observed carefully. Along the way, they avoided many broken formations and moved forward. There's a divine ruins ancient mine. Xian Yanqing's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. There were a few ancient mines in the divine ruins that were exposed to the outside. The divine ruins core had never been excavated before by anyone in the past. It was absolutely a huge treasure trove. There's no formation there, you can collect it. Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and collected the few divine ruins ancient mines. You all have to remember, some remnant arrays are very powerful. Once you enter, even the emperor will die. Even if you see the divine ruins ancient mine, don't take it. Don't be blinded by greed. Dandan had a mature look as she earnestly warned everyone. But the next moment, Dandan's eyes lit up as she stared to the right and shouted, "A level 9 spiritual herb." Then he ran over, grabbed a sparkling and resplendent spirit herb, and stuffed it into his mouth. Buzz! In that place, runes glowed and formed terrifying beams of light that shot towards Dandan. She was in a state of panic, jumping up and down. In the end, she managed to escape with her powerful defense and profound Tao of inscription. Lu Ming and the rest were speechless. This guy had just warned them. In the end, when he saw the spiritual medicine, he immediately rushed over. However, they were also secretly shocked. The spiritual herb that Dandan had just obtained was indeed extremely shocking. It was a level 9 spiritual herb. This area was truly a treasure trove. The party advanced carefully. Along the way, they indeed encountered quite a number of treasures, mainly divine ruins, ancient mines and spirit medicines. Most of the spirit herbs went into Dandan's mouth, while the ancient mine of the divine ruins was divided equally among Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and Long Chan. Of course, in some dangerous places, even if they saw spirit medicines and divine ruins ancient mines, the few of them did not collect them and directly gave up. This is a 9-leaf zoysia. Not long after, they saw a spiritual herb with 9 leaves. It was sparkling and translucent, and the medicinal fragrance assailed their nostrils. It was actually a 9-leaf Ganoderma, one of the main ingredients for refining the nirvana pill. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to encounter a 9-leaf zoysia here. However, the place where the 9-leafed mushroom grew had a broken array. In the end, Lu Ming and Dandan worked together and spent a lot of effort before they successfully harvested the 9-leafed mushroom. For this, Dandan spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and cried out that she had made a loss. Lu Ming kept the 9-leaf clover and was in a good mood. The Headless True Dragon Night. Hoo-hoo! The cold wind whistled and the blood mist churned. They had no idea how long they had been walking, but they still hadn't gotten out. The blood mist around them was getting thicker and thicker. "Dandan, can we get out or not?" Lu Ming asked. "Cough cough. Don't be impatient, you have to believe me." Dandan coughed a few times and said. Hearing Dandan's dry coughs, Lu Ming felt even more uncertain. This fellow's dry coughs were definitely not good news. As expected, they continued to move forward, but there were no signs of them leaving. Instead, there were more and more broken formations around them. Lu Ming judged that they were getting stronger and stronger, so they had to be more careful. "There's a palace up ahead." Suddenly, Xian Yanqing exclaimed. Lu Ming and Long Chun looked over, their eyes filled with shock. A palace appeared in front of them. It was an intact palace, black in color and extremely huge. It was thousands of meters tall, magnificent and full of the traces of time. Ever since they entered the divine ruins, they had not discovered an intact building, let alone an intact palace. But in front of them an intact palace appeared. An intact palace. There must be treasures inside. Dandan's eyes lit up. With treasures, it also means more danger. Lu Ming said. In the end, after some discussion, they decided to explore. Since he was here, it would be a pity not to explore. The 3 people and 1 turtle carefully approached the huge palace. He could see that there was a huge door in the center of the palace. The door was open, but it was dark inside, and he could not see clearly. Bang! 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 All of a sudden, a series of rumbles came from the palace, as if a huge creature was walking. "It seems like something is coming," Lu Ming muttered, his eyes solemn. "Let's retreat first." Dandan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling a little scared in her heart. The few of them retreated for a while and then found a huge rock to hide. Dandan carved a formation to conceal their aura for them, and then secretly observed. Bang! 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 The sound became louder and louder, one after another, very rhythmical, as if there really was a huge creature walking. "It's out! That's a dragon!" Xian Yanqing exclaimed in shock. "A dragon with a broken head. Also," Longchen said. This heaven's favorite, who had been calm and expressionless all this time, suddenly changed his expression. His voice was very shocked and hoarse. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. At the gate of the palace, a huge creature finally showed its true form. It was a dragon with 5 claws under its belly. It was a true dragon, a 5-clawed true dragon. However, the shocking thing was that this true dragon didn't have a head. Its head seemed to have been chopped off, and its whole body was covered with black scales, emitting a terrifying aura. The most shocking thing was that there was a knight sitting on the back of the true dragon. A knight in black armor held a dragon spear that was several meters long. This black-armored knight was like a true dragon without a head. A headless knight riding a headless true dragon walked out of the palace, exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. Lu Ming and the few of them felt their scalps go numb. Roar! The headless true dragon actually let out a deafening dragon's roar, causing Lu Ming and the others' eardrums to hurt. Then the headless horseman, riding on the headless true dragon, was actually walking in their direction. The true dragon stomped, and the earth rumbled. "Not good, they've found us." Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. "Run quickly, run!" Dandan exclaimed and turned to run. But dash! Buzz! The headless true dragon riders exuded a terrifying wave of energy. This wave of energy was more powerful than any emperor that Lu Ming had met. The space around them seemed to have turned into a physical substance. Their bodies were suppressed by the space and they could not move at all. It was as if they were fixed in place. Lu Ming used all his strength, but it was of no help. He could not even use his blood meridian. Too powerful. This headless true dragon rider was too powerful. Its battle strength was terrifying. "Dandan, you bastard. You've really screwed me up this time," Lu Ming shouted. I don't know." Dandan maintained her running posture and was fixed in the air, her mouth crooked. Bang! Bang! The headless true dragon rider stepped forward, getting closer and closer to them. Its powerful aura shattered the huge rocks in front of them, and they were directly exposed to the headless rider. "Trespassers will be killed." A cold and emotionless voice came from the headless horseman. "Little Qing." Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing. This time he was most likely doomed. "Lu Ming, as long as I'm with you, what's the harm in dying?" Xian Yanqing sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, his eyes filled with affection. "It can't be. Could it be that this king didn't die in that earth-shattering battle, but I'm going to die here? No way, don't." Dandan shouted, her voice full of unwillingness. Bang! The headless horseman stood in front of them and pointed the dragon spear in his hand. A cold killing intent covered the few people. "Kill!" The cold voice came from somewhere unknown. However, at this moment Lu Ming's body glowed. A purple gold token floated out of Lu Ming's body. Mixed Essence Token. This was the Mixed Essence Token that Lu Ming had obtained in the Battle of Providence. He did not know how to use it, but it floated in the air of its own accord at this moment. At the same time, a purple gold token also appeared on Long Chen's body. It was also a Mixed Essence Token. Long Chen had also obtained a Mixed Essence Token when he participated in the Battle of Providence. 2 Mixed Essence Tokens flew out, emitting a bright light. The headless true dragon knight stopped in his tracks, as if he was looking at the 2 mixed energy tokens. Hunyuan Token. Your Hunyuan sect disciples. It's been countless years. I didn't expect to see Hunyuan sect disciples again. Since you're Hunyuan sect disciples, you're one of us. Come in. A cold and dry voice came out of the headless true dragon knight's mouth. The pressure on Lu Ming and the rest was relieved and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming and the rest immediately regained their freedom. Little Qing. Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's little hand and looked at the headless true dragon knight cautiously. It's been so many years. I finally met a Hunyuan sect disciple again. How's Hunyuan sect now? Is it still resisting, or has it already been destroyed? A leisurely voice came from the headless true dragon rider. Then the headless true dragon knight turned around and left. Step by step, it walked into the pitch-black palace and disappeared without a trace. You guys can come in. What kind of opportunities you can get will depend on your luck. The voice of the headless true dragon knight came from the palace, and then it became completely silent. This. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Long Chan, and the others were all stunned and confused. The headless true dragon knight's attitude changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming and Long Chen's primordial chaos tokens. He left immediately and even allowed them to enter the palace. Hunyuan sect. Strange, it was too strange. Oh, it was obvious that the headless true dragon knight recognized the primordial chaos token. Also, Hunyuan sect? What was it? A sect? Could he be the mastermind behind the Battle of Providence? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of many things, but he also had many more questions. However, one thing was for sure. The headless true dragon rider seemed to be on the same side as the so-called Hunyuan sect. At least they were not enemies. That was why he let them go. This is an unparalleled expert. His battle soul did not dissipate after his death and transformed into a headless true dragon rider to guard this territory. And Hunyuan sect? Dandan slowly opened her mouth, as if she was trying to recall something, her brows furrowed. Suddenly, Dandan raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. Dandan, what did you remember? Lu Ming asked. Hunyuan sect, the number one sect in the world, the most powerful force. Dandan said. The number one sect in the world? You mean the primordial realm? Lu Ming asked. This world is very big. And it's not just the primordial realm. Dandan said. You mean heaven realm? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was very shocked. Of course, the conversation between the two of them was done through voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Xian Yanqing didn't think much of it. He wasn't familiar with Long Chun yet, and there were some things he didn't want Long Chun to know. That's right. Hunyuan sect was the number one sect in the world. Unfortunately, it was destroyed back then. This place is most likely related to Hunyuan sect. Therefore, you have the Hunyuan token. So the headless true dragon knight won't kill you. Dandan said. Dandan, what happened in the heaven realm? Lu Ming stared at Dandan and asked. Lu Ming was very curious. He realized that many things in the primordial realm were related to the heaven realm. According to legend, in ancient times, a corpse fell from the sky and formed the 100 deities slope in Tianxian region. There was also the ancient barren city, which was also an item of the heaven realm. In the end, it even broke through the void and arrived on a small island in the heaven realm. There was also the heaven gate, which was connected to the heaven realm. Now, the Battle of Providence was also suspected to be controlled by the heaven realm primordial chaos sect. And the divine ruins of today. The primordial realm seemed to be inextricably linked to the heaven realm. Dandan would often mutter that the battle that year. What did that battle mean? Since Hunyuan sect was the number one sect in the world, why was it destroyed? Was it because of the three-eyed god race? I can't tell you. First of all, I'm also a blur and can't remember clearly. Second, your cultivation is too weak. It won't do you any good to tell you. Some things will naturally be known when your cultivation reaches a certain realm. Dandan said in a deep voice, a rare seriousness in her tone. Lu Ming pursed his lips. However, he could not be bothered to ask since she did not want to say. Indeed, that matter was too far away from him. His current goal was to improve his cultivation and deal with D. Lu Ming, are we going in? Xian Yanqing asked as he looked at the palace in front of him. Let's go in. Since the headless true dragon rider isn't hostile to us, let's go in and have a look. Lu Ming said. Long Chan nodded without hesitation. Indeed, there might be some opportunities inside. If I encounter any treasures, I'll be rich. Danden's eyes lit up again. Immediately, the 3 people and 1 turtle walked toward the palace gate. As he walked through the door, his field of vision also widened, and he could vaguely see the scene of the hall. The main hall was very spacious. In the middle was a huge passageway. On both sides of the passageway were stone rooms. The few of them checked a few stone rooms but found nothing. What? Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed. He seemed to have sensed something. He strode forward and came to a sealed stone room. At this point, Long Chen's body glowed, and the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline appeared on his head. Ow! The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline howled and rammed into the stone door of the stone chamber. Gotcha! The stone door opened, and a domineering aura emanated from within. This is... Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were shocked to see a statue in the stone room. This statue was clearly a giant elephant. The giant elephant's body was covered in scales, and its aura was domineering. This was clearly an Archean dragonesque elephant. There was actually a statue of an Archean dragonesque elephant here. It was lifelike and looked exactly the same as Long Chen's bloodline. However, its aura was stronger, more shocking, and more overbearing. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He strode in and sat cross-legged under the statue. The bloodline of the ancient dragon elephant on his head resonated with the statue, and the statue glowed. This kid's luck isn't bad. He's obtained a great opportunity, Danden said. Lu Ming nodded. Long Chen had indeed encountered a great opportunity. The statue of the Archean dragonesque elephant was definitely left behind by a supreme master. It contained the divine aura of the Archean dragonesque elephant. I think Long Chen will be cultivating here for a while. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Then she left the place with Xian Yanqing. As they advanced, they looked at every secret room on both sides of the passage, but unfortunately they found nothing. Not long after they passed through the passage. Behind them was a stretch of ruins. Suddenly, Xian Yanqing's forehead started to glow. There seems to be something underground, Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he began to dig underground in the ruins. Very soon he had dug tens of meters deep. A huge Divine Ruins ancient mine appeared below. Yes, a Divine Ruins ancient mine was the size of a water tank, dozens of times larger than other Divine Ruins ancient mines. It's so heavy. Lu Ming mentioned it, but he did not mention it. Rise! Lu Ming burst out with 8 streams of dragon power before he could lift the Divine Ruins ancient mine, which was the size of a water tank, and fly it into the deep pit. Xian Yanqing's true essence was boiling, and his demonic qi was shining. The heavenly demon bloodline appeared above his head, and his demonic qi soared to the sky. I have a strong reaction to this Divine Ruins ancient mine. It seems that there's a fiend inside. Xian Yanqing's eyes were filled with curiosity and nervousness. Rich, this chick is rich. Inside this Divine Ruins ancient mine, there's indeed incredible things sealed. Danden circled around the Divine Ruins ancient mine, her 2 eyes shining as she muttered non-stop. Let's break it open and see, Lu Ming said. Wait a moment, let me set up the formation just in case. Danden called out to Lu Ming, and then set up a dense array around the Divine Ruins ancient mine. It's done, Danden said. Lu Ming nodded. His vital essence condensed into a knife and began to cut the Divine Ruins ancient mine. The glistening yellow ore was cut off layer by layer, and slowly, the Divine Ruins ancient mine became smaller and smaller. Finally, it was only the size of a fist. It's so small, what could be inside? Lu Ming was curious and his essential core vibrated. Gotcha! The ancient mine of the Divine Ruins cracked open. Suddenly, a powerful demonic qi spread out from the crack. This demonic qi was extremely terrifying. Although it did not feel strong, the aura was high and mighty, like an emperor looking down on all living beings. Bang! In the end, the Divine Ruins ancient mine exploded, and a black round ball the size of a dragon's eye appeared in the air. Chapter 1216 Individual Opportunities. The black pearl was the size of a dragon's eye, but it contained a shocking demonic chi and a vast demonic power. Oh! Lu Ming felt as if he was facing a supreme being of the demonic path. The feeling was countless times stronger than when he was facing Ciel Wan. This is Saint Heart? No, it doesn't seem like it. Lu Ming was shocked. At first he thought that it was a saint's heart left behind by a saint. Lu Ming had seen a saint's heart left behind by a mysterious sky saint before, but upon closer inspection, it did not look like it. Buzz! Buzz! The black bead buzzed, and then, as if it had a mind of its own, it shot into the sky. I knew it. As he spoke, inscriptions appeared all around him. A large formation was formed, forming countless dense silk ribbons that blocked the black bead like an inescapable net. The black bead didn't manage to charge out, so it immediately changed direction and charged, but it was still blocked by the formation. The black bead dashed left and right, and the demonic chi was monstrous. Unfortunately, it didn't rush out. Dandan was prepared and set up the formation just in case. Naturally, it was not that simple. At this moment, the demonic chi around Xian Yanqing's body became even more intense. Her bloodline was glowing as if it was resonating with the black pearl. Buzz! In the end, the black bead seemed to have no choice but to turn around and fly directly towards Xian Yanqing. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed and he wanted to stop her. Lu Ming, you're being too concerned. This is a great opportunity for this girl. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he stopped. He knew that his concern had made him confused. Buzz! The black bead flew into Xian Yanqing's forehead and disappeared. Lu Ming, I want to cultivate here for a while, he said. Xian Yanqing said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then Xian Yanqing sat down cross-legged and a layer of demonic light enveloped him like a cocoon formed from demonic chi. Dandan, could that be the saint's heart left behind by a saint? Lu Ming asked curiously. It's not the saint heart. Dandan shook her head, her small eyes shining, and said, that's the core left behind by someone who's even more powerful than a saint, and it's 100 times more precious than a saint's heart. That's why I said that this girl has obtained a great opportunity. Fortunately, the owner of this thing died in battle long ago, and after countless years, the killing intent and thoughts on it have long dissipated. There's not much energy left. Otherwise, we would all be dead, let alone this girl getting the inheritance. Even stronger than a sage. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Right now, even emperors were insurmountable mountains to him, while saints were countless times stronger than emperors. Furthermore, there were existences even stronger than saints. Lu Ming, let's move on. No one else can enter this place. Your little lover will be fine. I have a feeling that there's an opportunity waiting for us ahead. Dandan looked forward, her eyes shining. All right, then let's move forward and see. Lu Ming nodded. Then the human and turtle continued on their way. In front of them was still a ruin, but the outline could still be seen. It should also be a palace, but it was broken and fell here, so it was already in a state of ruin. That's... Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a huge creature lying in front of him. It was the headless true dragon rider. The black headless true dragon lay on the ground, while the headless rider sat quietly on the true dragon's body. He held the dragon spear in his hand and remained motionless. Beside the headless true dragon knight, there was a piece of land with all sorts of weapons stuck upside down. However, they seemed to have been corroded and were in tatters. He could even see all kinds of battle armors which, like the weapons, were rotten. Upon closer inspection, there were many skeletons under the weapons and armors. Could these be the burial grounds of the powerhouses who had died in battle? The headless true dragon riders were guarding this place. Lu Ming secretly guessed in his heart. That is 10,000 spirit crystals? I'm rich, I'm rich. Dandan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she ran forward madly, rushing into the land full of bones, and then dug out a colorful crystal the size of a human head from the center. This guy hugged the Jingshur and actually began to gnaw on it. Ka-cha, he ate with great relish. During this process, the headless true dragon knight didn't move and didn't stop him. Lu Ming smiled and strode forward. When he entered the field of bones, His expression changed drastically. Kill, kill, kill. Countless roars filled with murderous intent suddenly exploded in Lu Ming's mind. It was an extremely powerful killing intent. It was the killing intent of those powerhouses who were unwilling to die. One by one they were too powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have been instantly drowned by this endless killing intent and turned into an idiot. However, Lu Ming was different. The killing intent in his third bloodline was countless times stronger than the killing intent here. Lu Ming was often faced with such killing intent and had long learned how to resist it. He could keep his mind clear in the face of endless killing intent. What a strong killing intent, but it's useless against me. But Dandan is too unreliable. He didn't even warn me. If it were anyone else, they would be in danger. Lu Ming thought to himself. Dandan was still holding that piece of crystal and nibbling on it. Her eyes narrowed, a very enjoyable expression on her face. Kill! 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 The killing intent was filled with an intense unwillingness and unyielding battle intent, as if it wanted to kill the world and kill the enemy. What is this? Lu Ming's expression changed and he closed his eyes. The next moment, the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. Lu Ming came to a vast land with countless light pillars soaring into the sky. The light pillars were the auras of the essence realm of heaven and earth. No, in essence, they were countless times stronger than the essence realm of heaven and earth. This is left behind by those experts. It's about intent, or is it an understanding that's even stronger than intent? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he was overjoyed. This was because Lu Ming could sense auras similar to the fire concept, thunder concept, and so on in the light pillars. He could find all 5 concepts that he had comprehended. If I can comprehend here, I can quickly increase my domain of heaven and earth. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity for him. Immediately, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to comprehend quietly. Dandan, on the other hand, quickly finished eating the 10,000 spirit crystal and lay there motionless, her whole body glowing. Fire concept. Lu Ming first comprehended the concept of fire. Currently, his fire and thunder concepts were the strongest and had already reached the peak of level 4 upper tier. He was only one step away from completing level 4. At that moment, Lu Ming's fire concept was rapidly improving. Just like that, time passed day by day. 7 days later, Lu Ming broke through his fire concept in one fell swoop, making him the first to reach the full circle of level 4. The full completion of level 4 intent realm was already the highest level. The next step would be the domain realm. Boom! On Lu Ming's body there was a layer of flames jumping and burning through the space. Grand completion of level 4 so strong. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with joy. Consecutive breakthroughs. White Spirit Mouse. The completion of level 4 meant that one's comprehension of intent had reached the peak. Once one's control of the intent of heaven and earth reached the completion, the power of the intent would increase by a huge margin. Oh, within 7 days, I've managed to improve my fire concept from level 4 upper tier to level 4 complete tier. This place is a great opportunity for me. Lu Ming thought to himself. Although it was only a step away from the peak of level 4 upper tier to the perfected level 4, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Many geniuses would need at least half a year, or even a few years to break through. Some people might not even be able to break through in their entire lives. Given Lu Ming's cultivation speed, he would need at least half a year to break through if he did not encounter any opportunities. However, he had broken through in 7 days. Next, thunder concept. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he began to comprehend the concept of thunder. Similarly, in 7 days, Lu Ming's thunder concept had broken through to the full circle of level 4. Chila. Lu Ming waved his hand and the sky was filled with lightning. Bolts of lightning circled around Lu Ming. What? Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Just as his thunder mentality broke through to the complete stage of level 4, the thunder cauldron in his spiritual ocean, which had been silent for a few years, suddenly moved and vibrated slightly. At that moment, Lu Ming felt that he had established a connection with the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming had obtained this lightning cauldron from the 100 Deities slope. When he first saw it, the lightning cauldron was undergoing a heavenly tribulation. So Lu Ming put it away. After that, Lu Ming had used it a few times. Although it would absorb Lu Ming's life essence, it helped Lu Ming to overcome difficulties a few times. Unfortunately, after being hit by D in the Battle of Nine Dragons, it flew back to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and fell silent. No matter how Lu Ming tried to sense or call, he could not get in touch with it. Now that Lu Ming's thunder concept had broken through to the complete stage of level 4, he was in contact with the thunder cauldron again. Lu Ming immediately activated the thunder concept and sensed the lightning cauldron carefully. Buzz! The thunder cauldron shook even more violently. In the end, it flew out from between Lu Ming's brows and hovered above his head, exuding a supreme might of thunder. This pressure is so strong. Lu Ming sensed the lightning cauldron and his eyes were filled with shock. The pressure coming from the lightning cauldron was even stronger than the pressure of an emperor. Move! Lu Ming tried to control the lightning cauldron. He did not expect to be able to do it. The lightning cauldron flew up and down according to Lu Ming's thoughts. It was many times stronger than before. In the past, he could only activate the lightning cauldron when he was in a desperate situation. The lightning would absorb his true essence and also his life essence. Only then could he launch an attack. He couldn't control it as freely as he could now. However, I still feel that this lightning cauldron is unfathomable. I don't know how much power I can unleash. However, even if I can unleash a little bit of power, it will be of great help to me. Let's find an opportunity to try it out. Lu Ming smiled and kept the lightning cauldron back into his consciousness. Then, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the other concepts. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's essence realm of heaven and earth was improving rapidly. Chirping. One day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly heard a sound not far away from him. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly opened his eyes. There were other living creatures here. If they were to harm them, the consequences would be unimaginable. He opened his eyes and saw a ball of white hair wriggling not far away. No, on closer look, it was actually a creature that looked very similar to a squirrel. It was chubby, round, and very meaty. Moreover, its entire body was covered in white hair. Each strand of white hair was sparkling and translucent, without the slightest impurity. Coupled with its chubby body, it was very cute. It was not big, only the size of 2 fists. At this moment, it blinked its big black eyes and looked at Lu Ming curiously, chirping. There's actually such a creature here. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Wasn't this place filled with enemies and no living creatures? On their way in, other than the headless true dragon rider, Lu Ming and the rest did not encounter any other living creatures. Strictly speaking, the headless true dragon rider was not considered a living creature. Could this be a spirit mouse? Strange, why would he appear here? And you're not afraid of the endless killing intent here? Chirping. The white spirit mouse looked at Lu Ming curiously. It squeaked and wriggled its chubby body, wandering around Lu Ming. Lu Ming sized it up carefully and realized that this white spirit mouse looked very ordinary. Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the white spirit mouse. The white spirit mouse was shocked and ran away quickly. After running for a while, it stopped and turned around to look at Lu Ming curiously. Little guy, what's your name? Lu Ming said. Demonic beasts that had reached the king's realm could speak. Chirping. However, the white spirit mouse only chirped and did not speak. Is he not in the king's realm yet? However, how can one resist the endless killing intent here if they're not king level? Lu Ming's curiosity was piqued and he chased after the white spirit mouse. The white spirit mouse turned around and ran. Its speed was unbelievably fast. In a flash, it had disappeared without a trace. Is this the space mentality? Lu Ming was stunned and dumbfounded. A white spiritual mouse could actually cast the space will. Moreover, it seemed more mysterious than the space will cast by Yang Patian and the Emperor God. What kind of spirit mouse was this? What demonic beast? Lu Ming had never heard of it. Forget it. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head and continued to sit cross-legged to comprehend the concept. However, it didn't take long for the chirping to start again. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw the white spirit mouse lying on its stomach not far away, looking at him. This guy. Lu Ming muttered. He suddenly moved and pounced toward the white spirit mouse. Chirping. The white spirit mouse was shocked, turned around and ran. With a flash of white light, it was far away in an instant. Lu Ming did not even see how it left. Isn't his use of space a little too strong? Lu Ming was really in a daze. After a while, Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged. However, this time, Lu Ming only closed his eyes and did not cultivate. Instead, he spread out his spiritual sense and paid attention to the situation around him. As expected, not long after, there was a flash of white light and the white spirit mouse appeared not far from Lu Ming again. Sized him up curiously. Let's see where you can run to this time. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. The essential core in his body suddenly exploded, forming an essential core light shield that enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Even the space was sealed by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming's figure suddenly moved. Like a ray of light, he pounced toward the white spirit mouse. Chirp, chirp. The white spiritual mouse squeaked, but there was no panic in its big eyes. It spat out a bubble from its mouth. Yes, it was a bubble. The bubble expanded rapidly and enveloped Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the bubble, he realized that his body had suddenly slowed down and he became as slow as a turtle. Spacetime Spirit Mouse. As for the white spirit mouse, it had run away without a trace. Oh! When the white spirit mouse was far away, the bubble on his body burst. Is this the time-intent realm? This time Lu Ming's heart was really in turmoil. His eyes were full of disbelief. The bubble earlier had slowed down Lu Ming's speed. There was no other reason other than the fact that the flow of time in the bubble had slowed down. Hence Lu Ming's speed had slowed down. That was clearly the time concept. With thousands of intent realms, time and space were the kings. The time and space concepts were the kings of all other concepts. But in fact, time concept was stronger, more mysterious and rarer than space. That was the concept of the legends and almost no one could comprehend it. But now, a white spiritual mouse had actually mastered the time concept. The most shocking thing was that this white spiritual mouse had not only mastered the concept of time, but also the concept of space. To control time and space at the same time was unheard of. It was too shocking and terrifying. Lu Ming stood there in a daze and only came to his senses after a long time. This spiritual mouse's origin is absolutely shocking. However, it doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me. It's just curious and as timid as a mouse. No, it's a mouse. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. After a moment, he continued to sit cross-legged. As expected, not long after, the white spirit mouse came again. It was not far from Lu Ming, blinking its big eyes and sizing him up curiously. This time Lu Ming ignored him. He closed his eyes and pretended to cultivate. The white spirit mouse wandered around Lu Ming and sized him up. After half an hour it ran away. Lu Ming smiled and continued to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. The next day the white spirit mouse came again, still sizing Lu Ming up. Lu Ming ignored him and focused on his cultivation. This time the white spirit mouse seemed to be more courageous and moved closer to Lu Ming. After half an hour it left again. But the next day the white spirit rat came again. Lu Ming could not be bothered and focused on his cultivation. On the other hand, the white spirit mouse would come every day and size Lu Ming up carefully. It became more and more daring and slowly approached Lu Ming. 7 days later, it simply climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. After a few days it decided not to leave. It curled up at Lu Ming's feet and actually fell asleep. A bubble appeared on its nose. As the white spirit mouse breathed, it grew bigger and smaller. It was unusually cute. Lu Ming opened his eyes and could not help but reach out to touch it. The white spirit mouse was suddenly jolted awake. It instinctively wanted to escape, but it immediately realized that Lu Ming only stroked it gently. Then it looked comfortable and continued to lie down. Chirping. After a while, the white spirit mouse actually fell asleep again, and it was even making chirping sounds. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What a cute little guy. In the days that followed, Lu Ming cultivated every day. The white spirit mouse seemed to be attached to him and stayed by Lu Ming's side. Is this a space-time spirit mouse? Suddenly a shocked voice was heard. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw Dandan looking at the white spirit mouse in shock. Space-time spirit mouse? Dandan, you know her? Lu Ming asked. Dandan carefully sized up the white spirit mouse, her eyes revealing a complicated look, as if she was reminiscing, but also a little sad. Of course I do. The space-time spirit rat is one of the top 10 war beasts. How can I not know it? Dandan said slowly. One of the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming was shocked. The space-time spirit mouse can control time and space. So terrifying. Even I would have a headache when I was at my peak. Boy, you're really lucky. It seems that this space-time spirit mouse is counting on you. Dandan said, her tone full of envy. Didn't they say that the top 10 war beasts are unique in the world? Could this be the one from ancient times? Lu Ming asked curiously. He had already determined that this was a real space-time spirit mouse. Lu Ming had seen it use the space-time wheel with his own eyes. I don't think so. The space-time spirit mouse died in battle. If I'm not wrong, this one is the descendant of that one. I don't know what method it used to seal it until now. This space-time spirit mouse should have been born not long ago. I know. This is the Time and Space Spirit Hall. The Time and Space Spirit Hall was once an important place in the Hunyuan sect, the residence of the Time and Space Spirit Rat. Moreover, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant and the Time and Space Spirit Rat were good friends, so there was a statue of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant here. Unfortunately, this place has been destroyed. Dandan kept muttering and revealed many secrets. Dandan, you look like you've recovered a lot. Lu Ming said. Haha, of course. I refined the 10,000 spirit crystal. The 10,000 spirit crystal is the essence of countless masters. Now that my cultivation has improved greatly, I can protect you in the future. Dandan said proudly. Oh, can you deal with an emperor? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Cough cough. I haven't fully digested the 10,000 spirit crystals yet. I can't deal with the emperor for the time being. Dandan said a little awkwardly. If you can't deal with an emperor, what are you so proud of? Lu Ming was full of disdain. Kid you, Dandan glared at Lu Ming. If we can't deal with emperors, what about supreme martial artists? Lu Ming asked. Cough cough, I should. It can barely deal with a supreme being, right? Dandan said with a lack of confidence. Lu Ming pursed his lips. This guy was most likely unreliable, and did not have any confidence in his words. Boy, what's with your expression? I haven't digested the 10,000 spirit crystals yet. Once I've digested them, I can kill a supreme being with a single slap. Dandan shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming's disbelief made Dandan very depressed. She stayed at the side alone and continued to refine. Xiaoqing and Long Chan haven't finished their cultivation yet. I'll continue to comprehend the intent realm. Lu Ming pondered and then continued to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Time passed day by day. In a blink of an eye, there were still 3 days left before the day they set off for the ancient divine ruined city. At this moment, Lu Ming had ended his cultivation. They had to think of a way to get out. A few days ago, Xian Yanqing and Long Chan had finished their cultivation and arrived at this place. In the beginning, Long Chan and Xian Yanqing also wanted to enter the land of bones, but they both retreated in shock. It was difficult for them to resist the killing intent, so they could only give up. Who? Lu Ming stood up and took a step out of the land of bones. During this period of time, each of them had great gains. Cultivating under the Archean Dragonesque Elephant, Long Chan seemed to have comprehended a terrifying combat technique. Moreover, his cultivation also broke through in one fell swoop, from the peak of the 5th level spiritual god realm to the 6th level spiritual god realm, and even to the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm. Xian Yanqing's cultivation improved the most. She was originally at the peak of the 4th level spiritual god realm, but now she had stepped into the 6th level spiritual god realm. Yes, the 6th level of the spiritual god realm, and he had already reached the middle stage of the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Xian Yanqing had obtained the inheritance of a terrifying demonic existence. In the future, her cultivation would soar to the dream realm. Chapter 1219 Returning to South God Palace. Of course, Lu Ming's gains were also very shocking. Oh, his intent realms of heaven and earth, including the fire, thunder and wind intent realms, had all broken through to the completion of level 4. In addition, the water concept was at the peak of level 4 upper tier, and the earth concept, which was the most difficult to cultivate, was also at the peak of level 4 upper tier. It could be said that the 5 intents could all be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. If he were to cultivate normally, he would need at least a few years, but now, he only needed a little more than a month. If not for the lack of time, Lu Ming really wanted to upgrade all 5 concepts to the full circle of level 4. Although Lu Ming's current cultivation was still at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, his various intents had already far surpassed his cultivation. Lu Ming only needed to spend some time devouring and refining the rough stone, and his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. To Lu Ming, the most important thing was to improve his intent realm. As long as he had a rough stone, his cultivation level would increase rapidly. Of course, Lu Ming's greatest opportunity was to get the space-time spirit rat. Now, the space-time spirit rat was hanging onto Lu Ming all day. What an adorable spirit mouse! Xian Yanqing's eyes lit up when he saw the space-time spirit mouse. He really wanted to hug it. However, the space-time spirit mouse seemed to be shy with strangers. It clung onto Lu Ming and refused to let Xian Yanqing hug it. This made Xian Yanqing pout. Haha, this little guy. Lu Ming laughed out loud, causing Xian Yanqing's little mouth to pout even more. Dandan, can you find the way out? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Cough cough, I can try. Dandan coughed dryly again and flew onto Lu Ming's shoulder. This fellow dry coughed again. Lu Ming had a bad premonition. This guy coughed dryly. He was not confident. Bang! At this moment, the space-time spirit mouse kicked Dandan's face and sent her flying off Lu Ming's shoulder. Then it curled up its body and nestled on Lu Ming's shoulder, looking at Dandan with its big eyes. It was as if he was saying that this territory was his. Nest little guy, you dare to kick this lord, how dare you, impudent! Dandan was furious. Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse looked at Dandan innocently and made chirping sounds. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing laughed out loud. Even Long Chun, who usually did not smile, smiled. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought of something. He touched the space-time spirit mouse and said, Little fellow, are you willing to leave this place with me? Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse's nose blistered, and it nodded its head. Then do you know the way out? Can you take us out? Lu Ming continued to ask. Chirping. The space-time spirit rat nodded again. All right, bring us out then. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse stretched out its little paw and pointed in a direction. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The few of them followed the direction that the space-time spirit mouse pointed and moved forward. The headless true dragon rider didn't move at all. Soon they were out of the palace. The space-time spirit rat would give them directions from time to time, so they followed it. Just like that, they walked for half a day. After half a day, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. They discovered that they had already left the core region and arrived at the Divine Ruins inner region. They had really walked out of the core region of the Divine Ruins. Little guy, you're amazing. Lu Ming touched the space-time spirit mouse. Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse squinted its eyes and curled up its chubby body. It looked very comfortable, and the bubble on its nose was fluctuating. It's so cute. Xian Yanqing's eyes were already full of light. He stared at the space-time spirit mouse and wanted to rush up and hug it. Lu Ming. This little spirit mouse is much more reliable than your little turtle. Xian Yanqing said. What? Little girl, what did you say? How can this little guy be compared to me? You! Dandan was so angry that she was trembling. She grabbed Lu Ming's other shoulder and glared at Xian Yanqing. At the same time, she paid close attention to the space-time spirit mouse, afraid that it would kick her down again. Isn't it? Xian Yanqing pouted and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, did you give it a name? In my opinion, why don't we call it Bubbles? It'll be so cute. Xian Yanqing carefully approached and touched the space-time spirit mouse. Be good, Peoba, let me hug you, Xian Yanqing said in a soft and gentle voice. This time, the space-time spirit mouse didn't refuse and let Xian Yanqing approach. Xian Yanqing stroked it a few times, then held the space-time spirit rat in his arms, looking happy. Bubbles, that's quite fitting, Lu Ming said with a smile. Everyone's attention was on Bubbles, which made Dandan extremely angry. Let's go back to the South God Palace. Muju, the Mu family, will settle this debt sooner or later. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. The Mu family could only secretly send people to deal with them. On the surface, they would never dare to do so. Otherwise, what would the young powerhouses of the other continents think if they knew? Therefore, they could just swagger back to the South God Palace. In less than an hour, they had returned to the South God Palace. The South God Palace was even more lively with people coming and going. The young geniuses from the 9 southern continents of the Divine Ruins continent had all arrived long ago. They had all ended their seclusion and were wandering on the streets. That was because there were still 2 more days before they had to set off for the ancient city of the Divine Ruins to participate in the selection of the Tianxin sect. Everyone had come out to take a walk and relax. The Mu family is holding a stone gambling event. Oh really? Let's go and take a look. Suddenly, someone shouted on the street, and many people immediately gathered in one direction. The stone gambling event. The few of them were stunned. Lu Ming pulled one of them aside and asked him. He then knew what was going on. The Divine Ruins continent's greatest feature was the Divine Ruins, which were the Divine Ruins' ancient mines. In the Divine Ruins' ancient mine, being able to cut out a peerless treasure made many people very tempted. However, not all Divine Ruins' ancient mines could cut out treasures. The probability was very low. And the major forces of the South God Palace would take out many Divine Ruins, ancient mines every once in a while for people to choose at will. Of course, they had to pay raw gemstones. The Mu family. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he, Xian Yanqing, and Long Chun followed the crowd. Not long after, the group arrived at a large square. At this time, the square was already surrounded by a sea of people. On the square there were many chilaviers. On the chilaviers, there were pieces of glistening yellow Divine Ruins ancient mines. At a rough glance there were thousands of pieces. A few thousand seemed like a lot, but it was nothing to a big force. How many people were there in a major force? There were people wandering around the Divine Ruins every day. After some years of accumulation, having several thousand Divine Ruins ancient mines was normal. On one side of the shelf, there was a high platform where some experts of the Mu family were sitting. Muju was sitting in the middle. To be honest, he had been in a bad mood recently. Because of Lu Ming and Long Chan, the Mu family had lost many masters. Some time ago, he was even punished by his father to face the wall. He was only released a few days ago to host the Mu family's stone gambling event today. I'll play a few rounds. Humph, Lu Ming, Long Chan, you're lucky to have died in the core of the Divine Ruins. Otherwise, I'd have put you in a dilemma. Also, it's a pity for that Xian Yanqing, such a beauty. Oh, Mujue thought to himself. As more and more people gathered in the square, he felt that it was about time. He stood up, looked around and said, today, the Mu family is holding a stone gambling event and we've taken out all the ancient mines that we've been collecting for decades. There must be some rare treasures inside. If you want to bet on stones, you can come up and pick carefully. Feel it carefully. The chosen one can take away 100,000 raw stones. Mujue announced the rules of stone gambling. 100,000 raw stones, that's really expensive. Some people gasped. It's indeed expensive. It wasn't as expensive when other families held stone gambling events in the past. Too expensive. Normally, it's not that expensive to buy Divine Ruins ancient mines. Many people began to discuss and for a moment no one went up. Actually, many people were clear in their hearts that the Divine Ruins ancient mines that these major families took out had all gone through heavy screening. The Divine Ruins ancient mines that might have treasures appearing had long been screened out. Those that could be taken out were all carefully selected, so the chances of obtaining a treasure were not high. It was too expensive to sell 100,000 raw stones at this price. Muju's face turned slightly cold and he said, "Normally, when buying Divine Ruins ancient mines, I can't let you choose carefully and sense it carefully. But now I can. Furthermore, I guarantee that these Divine Ruins ancient mines are all premium goods. I guarantee it on the MU family's reputation. I'll try. I'll try it too." As soon as Mujua finished speaking, a few burly men stepped forward and carefully selected the raw stones from the thousands. After a long while, the few big men had finished choosing and each paid 100,000 raw stones. "Let's cut it open and see," someone shouted. "All right." The few burly men nodded. When the first two burly men cut open the Divine Ruins ancient mine, there was nothing inside. When the third burly man cut open the Divine Ruins ancient mine, a rainbow light shot out from it. "A treasure has appeared! A treasure has appeared!" The crowd was in an uproar as they watched with wide eyes. "A jade sword! Heavens, it's so powerful!" someone exclaimed. Inside the Divine Ruins ancient mine that the burly man cut open was actually a small and exquisite jade sword, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Although countless years had passed and its essence had been lost, it would still be a terrifying divine weapon as long as it was nurtured properly. "This seems to be an emperor spiritual weapon," someone exclaimed, causing the crowd to go into a frenzy. "There really is a treasure." Mujua was right. This batch of old mines is really good. This jade sword is worth at least tens of millions of raw stones. It might even be worth more than that. 100,000 raw stones for tens of millions of raw stones. It's a profit, a big profit. Seeing that jade sword, many people's eyes emitted a fiery light. "Ha ha ha." The burly man quickly put away the jade sword and left the place. "It's only 100,000 raw stones. It'll be worth it if we manage to win. Yes, we'll take a gamble." At this time many people were moved. They walked to the square and began to sense carefully. Then they each chose an ancient mine in the Divine Ruins. Of course, every piece of Divine Ruins ancient mine had to pay 100,000 raw stones. Soon there were dozens of people who had chosen dozens of old mines. Mujua smiled. "Let's cut it open and see," someone shouted. Immediately, those who had chosen the old mine cut it open. Unfortunately, none of the dozens of people present found any treasures. What bad luck! I've wasted 100,000 raw stones. Damn it, if others can pick it, how can I not? Damn it again. Some people were ruthless and picked a few pieces in a row, but they found nothing. That burly man is most likely a drag. Lu Ming and the rest were mixed in the crowd. At this moment Lu Ming smiled faintly. Xian Yanqing and Long Chan both nodded. It was highly possible that the few burly men at the beginning were cooperating with the MU family to put on a show to stimulate others to go up and choose. In just a few moments, he had sold dozens of old mines and earned millions of raw stones. It was a free profit. Slowly, the number of people going up decreased, but there were still people who went up to try their luck. In the end they found nothing. "Dandan, you can sense the treasures in these ancient mines. Are there really treasures in these thousands of ancient mines?" Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. "Yes, but only a few. There are good things in them. Do you want them? I can choose them one by one," Dandan said. "Of course I want it. If there's a treasure, I'd be a fool not to take it. Moreover, it's the MU family's." Lu Ming smiled and stepped into the square. Mujua was sitting on the chair lazily. His mind was full of thoughts. He was thinking about how he could show off his power in the selection of the disciples of the Tianshan sect. How he could be chosen by the Tianshan sect and enter the Yuanshan sect to cultivate. From then on, he would soar to the 9 heavens, break through the martial emperor realm, and even become a saint. He would be able to look down at the mountains and rivers. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking into the square. Mujua's pupils suddenly widened. His whole body trembled and he jumped up from the chair. Lu Ming, still alive? How is that possible?" Mujua shouted in disbelief. He was truly in disbelief. Didn't Lu Ming enter the core of the Divine Ruins? Moreover, it had been more than half a month. Even an emperor would have died after entering the core of the divine ruins for such a long time, and would not be able to come out. Now Lu Ming actually appeared in front of him with a swagger. How could he not be shocked? Then he looked around and found Xian Yanqing and Long Chan in the crowd. This shocked him even more. What's wrong? Young Master Mu, what's so strange about me being alive? Lu Ming asked with a cold smile. Nothing much. After a long time, Muju finally calmed down. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, why are these guys still alive? Damn it, I must find an opportunity to kill them, or else I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Mujua thought to himself. His killing intent was extremely strong. I'm here to gamble a few rounds. Young Master Mu, you won't not welcome me, right? Lu Ming asked with a faint smile. The Mu family is open to business. Anyone who wants to come and gamble on stones is welcome. You can choose whatever you want, Muju said. Then he sat back on his chair with a gloomy face. He was plotting something in his heart. Lu Ming smiled and casually strolled around the many ancient mines in the divine ruins. After a while, he pointed to an ancient mine at random and said, "This one." Lu Ming picked up the divine ruins, ancient mine and paid 100,000 raw stones. Let's cut it open and see. Someone shouted. All right, then I'll cut it open and take a look. Lu Ming smiled. His vital essence was like a knife, cutting the divine ruins, ancient mine into two hollow ears. Immediately, a golden yellow light spread out from the divine ruins, ancient mine. A treasure has appeared. Another treasure has appeared. Someone exclaimed. Mujua also stood up from his chair suddenly. His eyes were wide open. Lu Ming had actually chosen an ancient mine of the divine ruins with treasures. Many people opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what kind of treasure it was. It's an Earth Emperor Goblin. It's an Earth Emperor Goblin. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Half-Saint Medicine. It was a block-like object that looked like a tree root. It was completely golden, just like gold, but it gave off a strong medicinal fragrance. Oh, the Earth Emperor's essence was one of the main spiritual materials to refine the Nirvana elixir. Lu Ming had never expected that he would find it in an ancient mine in the divine ruins. How could Lu Ming not be happy? After obtaining this piece of Earth Emperor's essence, he was only missing one of the 7 main ingredients to refine the Nirvana elixir. As long as he gathered all 7 main ingredients, the other supplementary ingredients would be easy to find. At that time, he would be able to start refining the Nirvana pill. That's an Earth Emperor Goblin. It's really a piece of Emperor Earth Essence. We've made a huge profit. A piece of Emperor Earth Essence is worth tens of millions of raw stones. My luck is too good. It's only the first piece, and I've already found a treasure. The people around the square also recognized the Earth Emperor Goblin, and they all exclaimed in admiration. Damn it, this Lu Ming. How can he be so lucky? He actually got a treasure. Mujua's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He was very clear in his heart that every piece of these divine ruins, ancient mines had been carefully sensed by the Mu family's experts before they took it out after examining it. As long as there was a possibility of obtaining a treasure from the divine ruins ancient mine, the Mu family would keep it. There might be fish that slipped through the net among the thousands of divine ruins ancient mines here, and there might be treasures contained within, but there were very few. There might not even be a few of them even if the thousands of them were added up. However, Lu Ming managed to cut out a piece of it at once. Moreover, it was worth tens of millions of raw stones. Mujua felt a little heartache. He had only earned a few million raw stones by selling dozens of useless divine ruins ancient mines just now. Lu Ming took out a jade box in joy and put the Earth Emperor essence away carefully. Then, his eyes lit up and he scanned the other ancient mines in the divine ruins. He laughed at the same time. Ha ha, I'm so lucky today. It seems like I have to choose another one. After saying that, he began to wander around the pile of old mines. You're just lucky. Choose. I don't believe you can still choose. Mujua thought. Lu Ming wandered around for a while and randomly picked up an old mine. This is it. After grabbing it, he walked to the Mu family and paid 100,000 raw stones. "Let's cut it open and see," someone jeered. Many people were very curious about Lu Ming's ability to obtain a treasure on the first piece. They wanted to know if he would be able to obtain a treasure on the second piece. "All right." Lu Ming smiled. He condensed his essential core and started to cut. It's impossible to get another treasure this time. The first piece just now was just luck. In stone gambling, very few people can get it right twice in a row, someone said. But the next moment, his mouth was wide open and he was dumbfounded. That was because the old mine in Lu Ming's hand was emitting a ray of crimson light that was extremely dazzling. Many people were stunned, and then there was a burst of noise. "Treasure! Another treasure has appeared." He actually managed to obtain 2 treasures in a row. This is really rare. This person's luck is too heaven-defying. A drop of blood essence. What a strong power of blood essence. It's actually a drop of blood essence. Lu Ming himself was a little stunned. He carefully cut open the ancient mine. A drop of sparkling and resplendent blood essence that was like a blood-colored gem appeared in Lu Ming's palm. It exuded an extremely rich power of blood essence. This was absolutely an extremely powerful existence. After death, under a lucky coincidence, the blood essence was sealed into the Divine Ruins ancient mine, and was passed down from there, its value immeasurable. If this was used to refine pills and unleash the energy within the blood essence, it would definitely be of great help to a cultivator's cultivation. It's actually a drop of blood essence. Lu Ming's eyes also shone. He was currently lacking blood essence to improve his blood meridian. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he refined this drop of blood essence, his blood meridian would definitely improve greatly. "Why would I?" Mujua's eyes widened and he subconsciously crushed a purple jade teacup in his hand. "Detestable!" Mujua roared in his heart. This drop of blood essence was even more valuable than the Earth Emperor essence. He felt that he had made a huge loss. How good would it be if they could cut it out them slaviers? Now it was chosen by someone else and it was Lu Ming. Muju was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Lu Ming laughed out loud. He took out a jade bottle and kept the drop of blood essence. He muttered, "Luck, I'm really lucky today. Haha, let's continue." Lu Ming's gaze started to dart around the Divine Ruins, ancient mine again. Muju and the rest of the Mu family could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They were a little nervous, worried that they would be selected by Lu Ming to the Divine Ruins, ancient mine that contained treasures again. Muju wanted to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose. However, they were doing business. Under the watchful eyes of the public, what reason did they have to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose? He could only hope that Lu Ming was just lucky the first 2 times and that he would not be able to pick any more. This time Lu Ming picked faster. After a few casual glances, he picked an old mine and paid 100,000 raw stones. Cut it open and see." Yes, take a look." Many people shouted in excitement. Lu Ming had obtained treasures twice in a row. Would he obtain treasures 3 times in a row? Muju and the other members of the Mu family were also staring at the scene with their eyes wide open. Impossible, it's impossible that there's still more. All of the Divine Ruins, ancient mines here don't have that many treasures either. Mujua kept praying in his heart. Gotcha! Lu Ming's essential core was like a knife and he began to cut. After a few consecutive cuts, the Divine Ruins ancient mine cracked open. A faint brilliance was emitted, and along with the brilliance, there was also an extremely strong medicinal fragrance. The crowd was stunned. After a while, they burst into a loud noise. Another treasure appeared. Another treasure actually appeared. 3 times in a row. This was too shocking. Could it be that this time, the Mu family really found their conscience and took out so many high-quality Divine Ruins ancient mines? As Lu Ming continued to cut it open, the treasures in the Divine Ruins ancient mine also revealed their true colors. It was a spiritual herb, purple in color like a lotus flower. An indescribable fluctuation was emitted from it, and the medicinal fragrance was extremely strong. This, could it be a saint herb? A white-haired old man exclaimed in disbelief. Sacred medicine? How is that possible? Heavens, that's impossible. The others followed suit and exclaimed in disbelief. What was a sacred medicine? It was a supreme treasure that had surpassed level 9 spirit herbs, and even saints could use it. Even emperors would go crazy and kill each other when they saw it. Many people's eyes shone with a fiery light as they stared at the purple lotus in Lu Ming's hand. That's not right. It's not a sacred medicine. It hasn't fully evolvered. It's a half-sacred medicine. Furthermore, it's been sealed for many years. Most of its spiritual essence has been lost. What a pity. The white-haired old man carefully identified it, shook his head and sighed. So it's not a sacred medicine. Some people let out a long breath, but many people's eyes were still shining. Even if it wasn't a saint herb, but a half-saint herb, and it had lost most of its spirituality, it was still a supreme treasure. Its value was immeasurable, and it was at least in the units of hundreds of millions of raw gemstones. The Divine Sunstone. Oh, it's impossible. Oh, Muju's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at Lu Ming and the half-divine medicine in his hand. He wanted to swallow the half-divine medicine. The other members of the Mu family didn't look any better. His heart ached, his liver ached, and his lungs ached. This was originally the Mu family's treasure. However, it had now become someone else's. It had become Lu Ming's. Among these divine ruins, ancient mines that had been carefully selected, there was actually still such a treasure contained. If they had known earlier, they absolutely would not have taken it out to sell. Half-saint medicine. Dandan's eyes lit up as she stared at the half-divine medicine. Her eyes lit up and she began to drool. Give it to me, give it to me. Dandan kept mumbling. It would be a waste to give it to you now. Keep it first and plant it in the dark yellow obsidian soil later. When your vitality is restored, it will be of great value. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan and then carefully put it away. Although this half-divine medicine had lost most of its spirituality, Lu Ming had a supreme treasure like the Xianhuang earth. He might be able to cultivate it again. An intact half-saint herb was worth much more. After all, it had the word saint in it. I want to try too. So many treasures, it's too shocking. The hearts of the others were burning with passion, and their eyes lit up. Dozens of people went up to choose the divine ruins, ancient mine in succession. Dozens of people carefully selected the stones. In the end, each of them chose one stone and paid 100,000 raw stones. However, Muju and the other members of the Mu family still didn't feel better. There were dozens of people, but the total amount was only a few million raw stones. It was incomparable to the treasure that Lu Ming had cut out. Lu Ming cut out 3 treasures, each one more precious than the last. They were worth at least tens of millions. Let's cut it open and see. A young woman hurriedly cut open the old mine she had chosen, but unfortunately, there was nothing inside. Following that, another person also cut open, but there was still nothing. In the end, none of the dozens of people had any treasures. It was empty. What's going on? We've chosen dozens of pieces, but we can't cut them. That Lu Ming chose one piece for every piece. The difference is too great. Some people sighed. He can't be able to sense the situation inside the divine ruins ancient mine, right? Otherwise, how can you choose one and get one? Someone guessed. Many people were shocked when they heard this. That's right. Lu Ming could choose it 3 times in a row. This was too shocking. If it had only been once, it might have been possible to hit the target twice. Although the probability was very small, it was too small to hit the target 3 times. It was highly possible that Lu Ming could sense the specific situation inside the divine ruins ancient mine. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. His gaze swept across the divine ruins, ancient mine again. Lu Ming, that's enough. Suddenly, Muju opened his mouth and looked at Lu Ming with a cold face. Enough? Young Master Mu, what do you mean by this? Lu Ming said indifferently. You've already cut out 3 treasures today. It's time to stop, he said. Mujua said coldly. Stop? Haha, what a joke. is this how you do business? If you don't let me cut it when I've managed to get a few more treasures, then why don't you stop others from cutting it when they haven't? Don't tell me that you can only earn and not lose in business? If that's the case, then there's no need for others to do business with your Mu family in the future. Lu Ming sneered and mocked. Ew, nonsense. Mujua shouted angrily. Oh, since I'm talking nonsense, then don't stop me. Lu Ming sneered and then strode forward. He grabbed a Divine Ruins ancient mine with one hand and paid 100,000 raw stones. Let's cut it open and see. Many people cried out, their eyes burning with passion. Could Lu Ming really sense the treasures in the Divine Ruins ancient mine? Then what kind of treasures could he cut out this time? Countless people were filled with anticipation. Mujua's face was cold, but he didn't stop her. Buzz. Whoosh. Oh. Lu Ming's quintessential essence was like a knife as he began to cut open the old mine. Gotcha. The ancient mine had cracked, but only a layer had cracked. There was still an ancient mine in the Divine Ruins inside. It's actually a double layer of ore, someone said. Lu Ming was also a little curious. He continued to cut down and very soon another layer was broken. However, there were still glistening yellow ores below. Another level. What's going on? There are actually 3 levels. Could it be that this is a useless mine and Lu Ming has finally failed? Looks like I've failed. It's impossible to get a treasure every time. While some people were discussing, Muju and the other members of the Mu family heaved a sigh of relief. Dandan, is there really a treasure inside? Lu Ming secretly sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Of course, what kind of existence am I? How could I have sensed it wrong? Dandan stretched out her long head, her face proud. Lu Ming nodded and continued to cut. However, after breaking through a layer of ore, there was another layer below. Lu Ming kept cutting and there were 7 layers of ores. Everyone was speechless. How could there be so many layers of ore? The other old mines all had 1 layer, and everything would be cut open. It was rare to see 2 layers, but now there were 7 layers. Now it was only the size of an egg. It was basically impossible for there to be any treasures inside. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm as he continued to slice. Gotcha! The ancient mine cracked open. This time a red light seeped out from the crack. At the same time, a terrible heat seeped out from the crack, causing the temperature of the entire square to rise sharply. However, no one felt the heat. Everyone just looked at Lu Ming in a daze, at the egg-sized Divine Ruins ancient mine in his hand. Treasures appeared and treasures appeared again. Treasures appeared 4 times in a row. Everyone felt numb. They could only instinctively think that another treasure had appeared this time. Damn it! How is this possible? Damn it! Mujua roared in his heart and his eyes were bloodshot. Gotcha! Lu Ming exerted a little force and the old mine cracked completely. A crimson stone the size of a longan fruit was revealed. A scarlet light filled the air, and a terrifying heat wave swept in all directions, causing the temperature around the square to rise by thousands of degrees. It's so hot, it's too hot. What kind of treasure is this? It's like a small sun. Many people circulated their true essence to resist the terrifying heat. Heavens, this can't be the Divine Sunstone, right? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Divine Sunstone. Yes, this is the Divine Sunstone. Legend has it that divine stones can only be produced at the core of the sun. I've read about it in ancient books. Oh my god, it can't be. Is this really the Divine Sunstone? It's a supreme treasure. The scene was in an uproar. Countless burning eyes were fixed on the Divine Sunstone in front of Lu Ming. Chapter 1223 All Useless Mines. It's actually a Divine Sunstone. Oh! Even Lu Ming himself was dumbfounded and shocked. Legend had it that the Divine Sunstone was born from the core of the sun. It took countless years to produce one. Its value was immeasurable. And if used properly, it could unleash a terrifying power. Lu Ming had never expected that he would find such a treasure in the Divine Ruins ancient mine. How is it? Brat, I told you I have a treasure, why would I lie to you? How could I have misjudged you? Dandan was very proud of herself, looking as if she was so awesome that she wanted to go to heaven. In the crowd, Xian Yanqing smiled, while Long Chun was a little stunned. He realized that he could not see through Lu Ming anymore. Divine Sunstone. It's actually a divine sunstone. At first, Mujua's eyes were wide open in disbelief and he muttered in a daze. After a while, his eyes emitted an extremely hot flame. Lu Ming, give me the divine sunstone. Muju shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the divine sunstone into the mountain and river diagram. He then looked at Muju as if he was an idiot. Leave it to you? This is mine and you want me to give it to you? Do you want to buy it from me? I'm sorry, but I'm not selling. Lu Ming said indifferently. What do you mean by yours? This is clearly the treasure of my Mu family. If you dare to take my Mu family's treasure, you better hand it over. Muju shouted, his eyes blazing. What an idiot. Your Mu family? It was just now, but now I've already bought it, so it's mine. Do you think so many people are blind? You can't see it? Lu Ming mocked. What a joke. I told you that it's enough just now and that you should stop choosing stones. I haven't agreed to let you continue choosing stones, but you're the one who wants to choose. This divine sunstone naturally still belongs to our Mu family. Mujua argued. Then why are you still accepting the 100,000 raw stones I paid? Since you've taken my raw gemstone, it's mine. Lu Ming sneered. I don't care. I didn't agree to it. Hand over the divine sunstone. You can't swallow such a treasure. Muju shouted. His voice was cold and revealed a strong sense of threat. Ha ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. You guys took out so many divine ruins, ancient mines and placed them here for people to gamble on stones. Furthermore, each piece was even sold at a high price of 100,000 raw stones. Now, seeing someone else cut out a treasure, you want to go back on your word and ask him to hand it over to you. Alright then, I'll hand it over to you. How many people have spent money in the stone gambling conventions that your Mu family has held for so many years to buy useless ores? Spit out all the money. If you spit it out, I'll hand it over to you. Lu Ming sneered. You! Muju was speechless and his face turned red. How many years had it been since the Mu family had held stone gambling events? It was impossible to calculate how many raw gemstones they had earned over the years. How could they hand them over? You feel heartache when others earn a little from you, but what about when you earn from others? Why aren't you spitting it out? What a joke. Let me tell you, although your Mu family is powerful, the South God Palace is not your Mu family's South God Palace. If your Mu family wants to cover the sky with one hand, you'll have to ask the permission of so many people here. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he turned around and flew in the direction of Xian Yanqing and the rest. Stop right there. The two Mu family experts in front of Lu Ming each stretched out their claws and grabbed at Lu Ming. Both of them were at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Get lost. Die. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm. The majestic palm force sent the two Mu family powerhouses flying. What's wrong? You want to use force? Is this how your Mu family does business? In the future, I don't think anyone else will need to do business with your Mu family. Lu Ming said loudly. Many people looked at the Mu family unkindly. If the Mu family were to do business like this and snatch the treasure that someone else obtained, who would still do business with the Mu family in the future? Who would still choose the stones when the Mu family organized the stone gambling event? If he were to cut out a supreme treasure like Lu Ming, would the Mu family not have to take it back? Damn it! Muju roared in his heart. He really wanted to get someone to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces, but he did not dare to. If he really did that, the Mu family's reputation would be destroyed. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Ming left. Let's go. Lu Ming went to Xian Yanqing and Long Chan, and the three of them rose into the air and flew in the direction of General Peak. After flying for a while, Lu Ming stopped and said, Everyone, I can indeed sense the situation inside the divine ruins, ancient mines. Therefore, those remaining ancient mines are all scrap mines, without any treasures. With that, Lu Ming laughed and left with Xian Yanqing and Long Chan. Lu Ming. Mujue gritted his teeth and shouted Lu Ming's name. His eyes were red and he was filled with murderous intent. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. After hearing Lu Ming's words, who else would go up to choose the stones? As expected, a wave of discussion immediately broke out around the square. There's none left. The rest are all useless ores. Lu Ming must be able to sense the situation of the divine ruins, ancient mine. He said there's no more and there's no more. Whoa, there are thousands of divine ruins, ancient mines, but only 4 have treasures. The Mu family is fucking cheating. Let's go. I'm not choosing anymore. It's all scrap ore. What's the point of choosing? The people in the square shook their heads one by one and then flew in all directions. In a short while, everyone in the square had left, leaving only the Mu family. Ah! Mujue let out a sound like a wild boar. He was extremely angry. This time, the Mu family's stone gambling event had completely collapsed. Lu Ming had cut out 4 treasures. Furthermore, no one would buy them anymore. There were so many divine ruins, ancient mines. It was a huge loss. Lu Ming must die. Damn it. I must find a way to kill him. Mujue roared in his heart. Lu Ming's mood was the opposite of his. He was very happy. He cut out 4 treasures, each one more precious than the last, especially the divine sunstone, which was simply a priceless treasure. He had spent a total of 400,000 raw gemstones and obtained for such precious treasures. He had struck it rich. Soon, the 3 of them returned to the General Peak. What? As soon as they arrived at General Peak, Xian Yanqing's eyes looked forward. In front of them, Xian Yanjuan was dressed in a snow-white robe, looking like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. Besides Xian Yanjuan, there was a young man in white. He was extremely handsome, the kind of person who would attract everyone's attention just by standing in a crowd. He was born to be high and mighty, and everyone looked up to him. This was an extraordinary hero. With just one look, Lu Ming could feel a strong pressure from this person. It was a dangerous pressure. Humph. Xian Yanjuan looked at Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming, and the rest. He snorted with disdain and hostility. That woman is your sister. The man in white looked at Xian Yanqing and asked Xian Yanjuan in surprise. It's just a mutant, there's no need to pay attention to it, Xian Yanjuan said. Then he left General Peak with the man in white. Humph. Xian Yanqing also snorted coldly. 9 Dragon Bloodline Perfection. Almsgivers, you must be careful of that man in white. Oh! At this moment, a Buddhist chant was heard and the figure of the unscrupulous monk appeared. Monk, do you know who he is? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Xian Yanjuan has been very close to this man. There are 3 strongest heavens favorites in the younger generation of the South God Palace. This man is one of them, Wang Zhen. The monk said. This person is Wang Zhen. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 3 strongest heavens pride experts of the younger generation of the South God Palace were all extraordinary heavens pride experts. Each and every one of them was incomparably terrifying, and their cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming had seen Ji Hongqian before. He was indeed extraordinary. He didn't expect Xian Yanjuan to be so close to Wang Zhen, one of the 3 great talents of the South God Palace. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists and returned to his room with Xian Yanqing and Long Chan. Lu Ming entered the room and entered the mountain and river diagram. First, he planted the purple lotus, a half-saint herb, next to the ancient tree of enlightenment on the Xianhuang silicotic soil. Then Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain with a drop of blood essence in his hand. It was precisely the blood essence cut out from the divine ruins ancient mine. Lu Ming planned to devour and refine this drop of blood essence to see if his 9-dragon bloodline could advance to divine level 9. Previously, Lu Ming had refined 4 supreme blood essences, but his 9-dragon bloodline had not advanced. This time it was a hope. Without any hesitation, the 9-dragon bloodline swallowed the drop of blood essence. The drop of blood essence did not collapse immediately after being devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Instead, it turned into wisps of pure energy, which was constantly refined and transformed into the bloodline power of the 9 dragons. The energy of this drop of blood essence was extremely majestic and boundless. Lu Ming put all his effort into refining it. In the blink of an eye, almost 3 days had passed. The energy of this drop of blood essence was finally completely refined. On the bodies of the 9 dragons, the 8 golden chakra shone so brightly that people could not open their eyes. Suddenly buzz. Above the 8 dazzling golden chakras, the 9th golden chakra emerged. The 9th golden chakra was a divine level rank 9 bloodline. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had finally advanced to the 9th level of the divine level. Moreover, after the 9th golden chakra appeared, it was dark golden at first, but it immediately became bright and resplendent. The color became brighter and brighter, more and more resplendent, and finally all 9 golden chakra were equally resplendent. The bloodline of the 9 dragons was finally complete. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering dragon's roar rang out in Lu Ming's mind. At the same time, Lu Ming seemed to see an enormous 9 dragon with 9 dragon claws under its belly soaring and dancing. The 9 dragons stepped in the air with shocking power. Boom! Lu Ming's mind was buzzing and exploding. At this moment, many things seemed to have appeared in his mind. What is this? Lu Ming carefully sensed and comprehended it. He realized that it was a memory about the 9 dragons. Unfortunately, it was only a few fragmented memories. True War Dragon Technique Foundation Establishment Chapter. Lu Ming found the True War Dragon Technique's Foundation Establishment Chapter in the 9 Dragons' memory fragments. It's only the Foundation Chapter. What a pity. Lu Ming let out a long sigh. There should be more chapters to the True War Dragon Technique. However, in the fragmented memory fragments of the 9 dragons, Lu Ming only found the Foundation Building Chapter. Also, 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. Lu Ming had discovered the cultivation method for the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. Unfortunately, he already had it and did not need it at all. Other than that, he also discovered a few martial arts techniques. However, they were not as useful as the True War Dragon Technique and the 9 Dragons' Heaven Treading Steps. My 9 dragon bloodline was awakened by a drop of 9 dragon blood essence. Could it be that because it's only a drop of blood essence I got intermittent memory fragments? If you want to get more, do you need more 9 dragon blood essence? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Lu Ming sat cross-legged for a while and took a closer look. He finally had a new discovery. Is this about the 9 dragon ruins? Lu Ming discovered some information and he was in deep thought. The location of the ruins of the 9 dragons was actually located at the intersection of the East Continent and the Central Continent, in the chaotic area. Back then, it was the 9 Suns Supreme who had risked his life to enter the 9 dragons' ruins and obtain 2 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence, the True War Dragon Technique, and the cultivation method of the 9 dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. As a result, he had been seriously injured. In the 9 dragon ruins there might be all the blood essence of the 9 dragons. If I can get all the blood essence of the 9 dragons, I might be able to get all the inheritances of the 9 dragons. It seems that when I am done with the Divine Ruins continent and return to the Divine Wilderness continent, I will have to make a trip to the 9 dragon ruins. Lu Ming pondered. The only thing that made Lu Ming excited was that his 9 dragon bloodline had advanced to Divine Level 9, and had finally produced another dragon energy. 9 dragon powers. The 9th dragon energy is so strong. Lu Ming sensed for a moment and revealed a look of excitement. The 9th dragon power was much stronger than any of the previous dragon powers. If I use the 9th dragon power, I'll probably be on par with the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Lu Ming pondered. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline was a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel's original body. It was very powerful and was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. However, Lu Ming felt that if he used the 9 dragon energies, it might not be weaker than the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. In this way, Lu Ming had one more killing move. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He exited the mountain and river diagram and appeared in his room. Xian Yanqing opened the door and walked in. Lu Ming, it's time. We have to set off for the ancient divine ruins city. Xian Yanqing said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Clang! Clang! At this time, somewhere in the South God Palace, a melodious bell rang. This was the bell that summoned all the geniuses of the continents. At this moment, Long Chan, Yang Patian, the unscrupulous monk, Ming Zi, and the others all walked out of their rooms and flew towards the source of the bell. Soon, they arrived at a square where some young experts were already standing. These young men were gathered in different areas. They were obviously heaven's favorites from different continents. The number of people varied from 7 or 8 to an astonishing 30 or 40. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Those who could come here were basically peerless geniuses who had awakened 9th grade divine level bloodlines. There were only 2 of them in the entire divine wilderness continent. However, there were some continents that had as many as 30 to 40 people. It was truly shocking. The difference in strength between the continents was obvious. Buzz, buzz, whoosh, oh, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 50 to 60 young figures flew over. In the crowd, Lu Ming saw Wang Zhan, who was dressed in white, and Ji Hongqian, who was full of heroic spirit. However, Wang Zhan and Ji Hongqian were both half a step behind the purple-haired young man. This purple-haired youth was flying at the very front. Lu Ming also saw Muju in the crowd. Muju's eyes swept across the room. When he saw Lu Ming, his eyes glowed with a cold light. The geniuses of the South God Palace had arrived. Ancient city of the divine ruins. The number of heaven's favorites from the South God Palace who were qualified to participate in the selection by the Heavenly God sect actually reached 50 to 60 people. This was truly shocking. Oh, the Divine Ruins continent was undoubtedly the number 1 continent in the Divine Ruins continent group. The number of heaven's favorites was shocking, and the South God Palace was only one of the 4 major forces. With so many heaven's favorites, one could only imagine how terrifying the top 3 were. When the South God Palace's paragons arrived, a loud and clear cry rang out from the horizon. One after another, huge beasts flew over. They were flying leopards. Their bodies were pitch black, but they had fleshy wings. Their wingspans were more than 100 meters wide. There were at least 20 huge flying leopards, and each of them had a powerful aura, giving people a strong sense of pressure. Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm. The 20-plus flying leopards were all at the Great Circle of the Spiritual God stage. A black-robed middle-aged man stood on the flying leopard at the front. He was the one who had brought Lu Ming and the others to the Divine Wilderness continent back then. He was a 3rd-level Martial Royal Realm Elder of the South God Palace. Behind him stood 2 old men. They exuded the might of an emperor, but their status was obviously lower than the black-robed middle-aged man. All of you, board the flying leopard and follow me to the ancient divine ruined city. A deep voice came out of the black-robed middle-aged man's mouth. Yes. The first to respond were the South God Palace's paragons. One by one they rose into the air and flew onto different flying leopards. Following that, the heaven's favorites from the other continents also took to the air and flew towards the leopards. Lu Ming and the people from the Divine Wilderness continent were gathered on a flying leopard. Let's go, the black-robed middle-aged man announced, and over 20 flying leopards roared loudly. They soared straight into the sky and flew into the green nether. Then, like black lightning, they headed towards the ancient city of the divine ruins at an astonishing speed. One could only imagine the speed of a great circle spirit god flying demonic beast. However, the ancient city of the divine ruins was in the middle of the South God Palace. Even with the flying leopard speed, it would still need 2 days. Hoo-hoo. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing stood side by side, looking down at the millions of miles of mountains and rivers that flashed past. Lu Ming, there are people from 2 continents who have been watching us, Xian Yanqing said to Lu Ming. Yes, I saw it too. Lu Ming nodded and looked to the left. On one of the leopards, there were many young men in feather clothing. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all had sharp gazes and a large number of people. There were more than 40 of them, and this was the continent with the most people in the other 9 continents apart from the South God Palace. Muju. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold because he saw Muju's figure among these people. At this moment, Muju was also looking at Lu Ming and the rest coldly. "Brother Mu, are those the people who offended you?" One of the young men in feather clothes looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently. "That's right. It's them. Especially that Lu Ming. I must kill him." Muju's voice was filled with hatred. "He's just a piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent. Don't worry, if there's a chance we will get rid of him. That woman, on the other hand, is not bad. We can keep her and enjoy her." The young man in feather clothes said indifferently, as if killing Lu Ming was as easy as eating and drinking to them. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. "Then I'll have to learn from Brother Yu." Muju was overjoyed. At the same time, on the other flying leopard, there were also some young men who were looking at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming even recognized a few of them. They were the few geniuses who had fought to a draw with the continent that Lu Ming had defeated in the divine ruins. "You guys were defeated by that person?" A young Heaven's Pride expert who fought to a draw with the continent asked indifferently. "Yes, this person's combat strength is not bad." One of the young men who had been defeated by Lu Ming replied. "What do you mean by pretty good? What's so good about a piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent? You're all just trash." The young man berated them coldly. The few young men who were defeated by Lu Ming blushed and did not know what to say. "However, no matter what, you're all people who fought to a draw with the continent. You clearly know that you're people who fought to a draw with the continent, yet you still dared to attack. I'll remember this debt. Those few people, when I see them, I'll kill them in passing," the young man said. He had short hair and seemed very confident. On the flying leopard that Lu Ming was on, Long Chun walked toward the two of them. "Lu Ming, you have to be careful. The people from the White Feather continent and the Ping Ping continent have their eyes on us," Long Chun reminded. "The White Feather continent, which is ranked 4th in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, and the Tai continent, which is ranked 9th. If they don't know what's good for them, then we can only send them on their way." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He nodded and turned to leave without saying anything. Billions of miles of mountains and rivers flashed by, and in the blink of an eye 2 days had passed. In front of them, an ancient city even more magnificent than the South God Palace appeared. This was the ancient city of the Divine Ruins, the most majestic and ancient city in the continent of the Divine Ruins. In the Divine Ruins continent, the 4 great forces were the 4 great divine palaces of the East, West, South, and North. In fact, in the distant past, the 4 great divine palaces all belonged to one force, which was the Gate of God. The ancient city of the Divine Ruins was the headquarters of the Gate of God. But now the 4 great divine palaces dominated, and the Gate of God was equivalent to being divided into 4. No power could occupy the ancient city of the Divine Ruins for their own use. Therefore, it caused the ancient city of the Divine Ruins to be very special, becoming a city shared by the 4 great divine palaces. Usually, they would station some people here, and once the 4 great divine palaces had any major matters, they would discuss it in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. The flying leopard did not stop and directly flew towards the ancient Divine Ruin city, flying towards the central region of the ancient Divine Ruins city. When they arrived at the center of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins, Lu Ming saw that there were 36 tall and straight mountain peaks that pierced into the sky, forming a formation of 36 celestial dippers. In the sky above the 36 mountains, there were 9 ancient altars. They were floating in the air and were filled with an ancient aura. At this time, the surroundings of the 36 mountain peaks were long surrounded by people. They were all the Divine Ruins ancient city's native martial artists. It's the South God Palace. The heaven's favorites from the South God Palace and the 9 southern continents have arrived. A native warrior of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins said. Roar! From the west, the roars of beasts could be heard. Giant tigers with wings on their backs carried many young heaven's favorites as they flew over. The heaven's favorites from the Western Deity Palace and the 9 continents have arrived. Someone shouted. The Western Deity Palace. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the west. On the giant tigers there were also many young geniuses. They were also looking at them with sharp eyes. Ha ha ha. You guys are early. A burst of laughter came from the east. One after another, fiery red godly eagles flew over. The leader was a red-robed middle-aged man. His aura was overbearing, and he was not inferior to the black-robed middle-aged man from the South God Palace. On the fiery red godly eagles, there were also many young heaven's favorites. In terms of numbers, they were more than the South God Palace and the West God Palace. The heaven's favorites from the Eastern God Palace and the 11 continents in the East have arrived. Whoosh! At this time the sound of swords rang out. In the north, dozens of astonishing sword lights appeared. Chapter 1226 Fighting for Fekta Peak. The Northern Divine Palace and the 12 Northern Continents. Oh! Someone exclaimed. At the same time, the paragons of the South God Palace, West God Palace, and East God Palace all looked at the paragon of the North God Palace with grave expressions. The 4 great divine palaces also had strong and weak strength. The strength of the Southern and Western deity palaces was similar, and they were ranked last. The Eastern deity palace was slightly stronger than the Southern and Western deity palaces, and the strongest was undoubtedly the Northern deity palace. That was because the second-ranked continent in the Divine Ruins continent cluster was in the north. In the direction of the North Divine Palace, a group of proud sovereigns stood upright. Powerful auras emanated from their bodies. There were nearly 300 of them. At this moment, sharp gazes pierced through the void around the 36 peaks. They were like sharp swords, clashing in the void and sizing each other up. The strongest heaven's favorites from the continent of the Divine Ruins were gathered there. There were nearly 1,000 of them. Nearly 1,000 heaven's favorites. What a huge number. All of them were experts who had awakened 9th-level divine bloodline. Each one of them was a proud son of the heavens and had great luck. In the Divine Wilderness Continent's lion capital, Kong Lin, Yongpatian, Mingzi, and the rest had extremely grave and ugly expressions. In the depths of their eyes there was a look of shock. In the Divine Wilderness Continent, they were undoubtedly existences that stood at the peak. All of them were destined to step into the Emperor realm, receiving worldwide attention and being invincible among those of the same level. All of them were extremely proud. They believed that even if they left the Divine Wilderness Continent, they would not be weak. They would be the cream of the crop. But at this moment their confidence was shaken. This was because every single one of the 1,000 heaven's favorites here was as talented as them. In fact, they were even more talented. There are so many chosen here. This is what makes it interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel the blood in his body boiling and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. On the side, Long Chun was the same, full of fighting spirit. They stood at the peak of the Divine Wilderness Continent. They were unrivaled and almost unrivaled. But now there were so many opponents. This made their blood boil once again. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! Oh! At this moment more than a dozen figures moved. In a flash, they flew toward the 36 mountains. Lu Ming saw 3 people from the South God Palace. They were Ji Hongchen, Wang Zhun, and the purple-haired youth. The Western Deity Palace also had 3 people, while the Eastern and Northern Deity Palaces had 4 people each. There were 14 of them, and they were the strongest 14 geniuses of the 4 great divine palaces. Their names had long shaken the Divine Ruins continent. The 14 of them landed on the peak of a mountain, looking down on the other heaven's favorites. Only the strongest heavens chosen could enter the 36 Tiangang peaks. It was a symbol of one's status. The 14 unparalleled geniuses from the 4 great divine palaces clearly had the qualifications. Looking at the 14 heavens favorites, many people's eyes lit up. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! Oh! Then, one figure after another flew up to the remaining mountains. Of the remaining 22 peaks, more than 22 people had leaped onto them. Naturally, there were some peaks where more than one person had leaped onto. Get lost! Someone shouted. You're the one who should get lost. What qualifications do you have to occupy this mountain? Boom! Then a fierce battle broke out. Those who wanted to climb up the mountain were all very powerful heaven's favorites. They had enough confidence in themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to go up. Most of them were the strongest heaven's favorites from the top 10 continents in the divine ruins. Boom! 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 The sky was rumbling, and the battle was extremely intense. All kinds of lights flickered and it was extremely shocking. Oh my God, are these the strongest heaven's favorites of the divine ruins? It's too shocking. Such combat strength is comparable to a great circle spiritual god, right? Even an ordinary great circle spiritual god isn't this terrifying. Many people were discussing and were shocked. As for Darkchild, Lion Capital and the others, their eyes were filled with horror. These people were too strong, far stronger than them. 7th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The youths fighting were all at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, and their combat strength was extremely shocking. In the end, the winner was still decided. Someone was sent flying back while spitting blood. Then, a youth stood on each of the 36 Fekta peaks. However, the fight was obviously not over yet. Get down! This is not a place you can stand. From 4 directions, more young experts flew up, each of them choosing their target and launching a fierce attack. On the South God Palace's side, other than Ji Hongchen's group of 3, there were 3 other people from the White Feather continent, one from the Pingdong continent, and another young man from another continent. This continent was called the Flame Billow continent. This young man was wearing a long robe with a flame pattern. He was the number 1 genius of the Flame Billow continent. At that moment, a short-haired young man flew out and attacked the geniuses of the Yanlan continent. Get down! The short-haired young man, who was evenly matched with the Yanlan continent, shouted coldly. His iron fist was like a mountain as he attacked the Yanlan continent's heaven's favorites. The eyes of the Yanlan continent's heaven's favorites turned cold. The flames on their bodies soared into the sky as they fought with the short-haired young man. Both of them were at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. The 2 of them fought fiercely and exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, the short-haired young man, who was evenly matched with the continent, had a stronger cultivation and sent the genius of the Yanlan continent flying. The Pingyang continent is indeed the 8th-ranked continent. This person is called Lu Chengzhou. He is the 2nd-ranked genius of the Pingyang continent, but his strength is still so shocking. The top 10 continents are indeed amazing. There are so many experts that the other continents can't compare. Around Lu Ming and the others, the paragons of some small continents were discussing. Their words were filled with respect and sighs. They were all heaven's favorites who stood at the peak of their respective continents. However, compared to these heaven's favorites, there was a huge gap. However, many people clenched their fists again. They were confident that their talent would not be worse than others. It was just that their resources were not as good as those of the top-ranked continents, which was why their cultivation levels were lagging behind. As long as they were given time, they were confident that they would be able to catch up. Lu Chengzhou stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down at his surroundings. When his gaze fell on Lu Ming, his eyes were very cold. You get down too. Unfortunately, before Lu Chengzhou could even stand there for a minute, a sovereign from the Eastern God Palace rushed out and charged toward Lu Chengzhou. The 2 of them fought intensely, but after a dozen moves, Lu Chengzhou was sent flying far away, spitting out blood. Detestable! Lu Chengzhou let out a roar and revealed a look of unwillingness. However, his eyes were filled with terror. The sovereign of the Eastern God Palace had defeated him in a dozen moves. He was too strong. The fierce battle and competition continued. However, none of the 14 strongest heaven's favorites from the 4 divine palaces, as well as the heaven's favorites from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-ranked continents, dared to challenge them. This was because these people gave off a feeling of danger. The fight went on for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. There was a heaven's favorite standing on each of the 36 peaks of the Big Dipper. Emissary of the Heavenly God Sect. 36 heaven's favorites stood on the 36 Tiangang peaks. They stood high up and looked down on the other heroes. For a moment no one went up to challenge anymore. Of course, it didn't mean that these 36 were the strongest out of the 1,000 heaven's favorites. There were also some who didn't want to go up. For example, Long Chun. Now that Long Chun's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm, he would definitely be able to occupy a mountain peak with the terrifying power of his immemorial dragon elephant bloodline. There was also Lu Ming. Now that his 9-dragon bloodline had advanced to the 9th level of the divine level, his combat strength had become even stronger. It would not be much of a problem for him to occupy a mountain peak. Among the remaining geniuses, how could there not be a heaven's favorite with terrifying strength? It was just that due to various reasons he didn't make a move. After all, the Tianshan sect had not started the selection process yet. There was no need for some people to reveal their strength. Ha ha ha, it seems like your South God Palace can't hold on any longer. You've only occupied 7 mountain peaks. A loud laugh was heard from an emperor of the Western Deity Palace. The black-robed middle-aged man's expression was somewhat unsightly. There were a total of 36 mountain peaks, and the Southern Deity Palace's side only occupied 7 of them. Their strength was clearly on the weaker side. The strength of the Western Deity Palace and the Southern Deity Palace had always been similar. The competition between them was naturally very strong, and they would often compare themselves with each other. Moreover, in this selection of disciples by the Tianshan sect, the party that successfully joined the Tianshan sect would naturally receive more rewards from the sect. Humph, the geniuses of our South God Palace are just not that high profile. The black-robed middle-aged man snorted. Haha. So you're saying that there are many heaven's favorites who can reach the Fekta peak in your South God Palace? The emperor of the Western Deity Palace sneered. The black-robed middle-aged man's face was cold and he didn't say anything. He wasn't confident either. He was just trying to hold on by saying that. Buzz. At this moment, one of the altars in the sky suddenly trembled slightly. Countless inscriptions flashed and light filled the air. Many people's hearts trembled as they looked at the altar with hope. Legend had it that the 9 ancient altars were the spatial path that led to the major forces of the Yuan continent. A long time ago, the continent of the Divine Ruins was able to communicate with the 9 major forces of the Yuan continent. That was why there were 9 altars. But now, the Divine Ruins continent had long lost contact with the 9 major forces, and the 9 ancient altars had not been activated for a long time. Some time ago, one of the forces, the Tianshan sect, suddenly got in touch with the Divine Ruins continent and issued an order to select disciples. Now was the expert from the Tianshan sect, a major power of the Yuan continent, about to arrive. That was a major power of the Yuan continent. Most of the people's eyes were burning as they stared at the altar above. The Yuan continent was the core of the Yuan realm. It was the place that all cultivators yearned for. The holy land for cultivation. Over there were experts who truly stood at the peak. Legend had it that there were unparalleled mighty people who had survived from ancient times. There were countless paragons there. That place was extremely prosperous. Unfortunately, no one had ever been there, not even many emperors. Now, he was finally going to meet the strong cultivators of the major forces of the Yuan continent. Buzz. The light grew brighter and brighter. Finally, a door of light appeared on the ancient altar. Then, everyone saw figures emerging from the door of light. There were a total of 6 figures. The one in the lead was a Esilavira-haired old man, and behind him were 2 middle-aged men. The 3 of them were just standing there casually, but they exuded an unparalleled pressure. The pressure was like a divine mountain weighing hundreds of millions of pounds, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making it difficult for them to breathe. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The pressure that these 3 people gave off was far above that of the black-robed middle-aged man. In other words, these 3 people were all above the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. Behind the 3 of them were 3 youths. 2 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and the woman was beautiful. The 3 young men and women looked around with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. However, there was more arrogance and disdain in their eyes. It was as if they were high and mighty emperors facing some beggars. Greetings, emissary of the heavenly god sect. The emperors of the 4 great divine palaces hurriedly saluted with great respect. Greetings, emissary of the heavenly god sect. The others, including the emissaries of the ancient city of the divine ruins, also saluted respectfully one after another. Are all the paragons of the Divine Ruins continent group here? The leading Esilavira-haired old man spoke. His voice was melodious and resounded in everyone's ears. No matter how far away they were, they could hear it clearly. Reporting to the emissary, all the strongest paragons of the Divine Ruins continent group are here. An emperor from the North God Palace said respectfully. Good. From now on, my Heavenly God sect will choose a group of heroes to join the Heavenly God sect. There is no limit to the number. The main thing is your performance. If your performance is good, you will naturally be able to join the Heavenly God sect. Therefore, you will have to go through a series of examinations. There will be 2 rounds in total. Now, we will be setting up the venue for the first round of examinations. It will take 7 days. So, the first round of examinations will be held in 7 days. You can come back here in 7 days. The Esilavira-haired old man announced. Yes, we will take our leave. The emperors of the 4 divine palaces saluted and left with the geniuses. The 4 divine palaces had branches in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins, and they all had their own stations. Very soon Lu Ming and the rest arrived at a huge mansion. Inside the mansion there were many halls and many buildings. Lu Ming and the rest each had a spacious room. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing entered the room together, and entered the mountain and river diagram. Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree, quietly comprehending. In the Divine Ruins, Xian Yanqing had obtained the inheritance of an unparalleled powerhouse who cultivated the demonic path. He needed time to comprehend it carefully. The Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree could help Xian Yanqing improve quickly. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on another mountain peak. He waved his hand and a pile of raw gemstones appeared in front of him. There were millions of them. Now, Lu Ming's various concepts of heaven and earth had been greatly improved, far exceeding his current cultivation. It was time to use the rough stone to improve his cultivation. In this selection, there were many geniuses in the Divine Ruins continent. Lu Ming's current cultivation of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm was obviously not enough. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and swallowed the millions of raw gemstones in one gulp. Then it began to refine them. The 9 dragon bloodline had advanced to the 9th level of the divine level, and the power of devouring and refining had reached a terrifying level. The refining of origin stones had also reached an astonishing level. Millions of raw gemstones were continuously refined and transformed into essential core, which rolled around in Lu Ming's body like a tide. Boom! 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 His essential core circulated and rumbled continuously. Lu Ming's spiritual god became more and more solid and dazzling. Lu Ming's cultivation level was also getting stronger. Not long after millions of origin stones were refined, Lu Ming took out another few million and continued to devour and refine them. At his current realm, the number of raw gemstones that Lu Ming needed was even greater. Just like that, the number of refined raw gemstones that Lu Ming refined reached an astonishing 20 million. At this moment, a violent whistling sound came from Lu Ming's body. The aura on his body suddenly soared. 6th level spiritual god realm. After devouring and refining 20 million raw gemstones, Lu Ming's cultivation finally advanced to the 6th level of the spiritual god realm, and his strength increased greatly. 7th level spiritual god realm. However, at this point Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to devour the refined raw stone. His current intent realm cultivation was enough to support his cultivation level to soar. Piles of raw gemstones were continuously refined and transformed into Lu Ming's essential core. Early 6th level spiritual god realm, middle 6th level spiritual god realm, late 6th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's cultivation level was increasing at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On the 7th day, Lu Ming's aura had reached an unprecedented height. 7th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the spiritual god realm in one go. So strong! Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique and felt the essential core in his body, which was 10 times stronger than before. A smile appeared on his face. His current combat strength was much stronger than it was 7 days ago. Right now, the stronger his cultivation, the stronger his true essence, and the more power he could unleash from the prison-suppressing heavenly art, the more his battle power would increase. Buzz! Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, standing in front of Xian Yanqing. At this moment, Xian Yanqing also stood up and smiled. In just 7 days, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had actually increased by 2 levels, from the early stage of the 6th level spiritual god realm to the late stage. The speed was also shocking. Xian Yanqing had just received the inheritance of an unparalleled existence. During this period of time, her cultivation was in a period of explosive growth. As she understood more about the inheritance, her cultivation would continue to improve. It's time, let's go out. Lu Ming smiled, his eyes filled with confidence. The two of them exited the mountain and river diagram. Sure enough, everyone had already begun to gather. In a courtyard, many geniuses of the South God Palace were gathered. Above them was the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man's expression was very heavy. This time the Heaven's Pride experts from the other 3 sides are all astonishingly strong. You must work hard. Once you are selected by the deity sect and become a disciple of the deity sect, not only will you be able to cultivate in the deity sect, but the South Deity Palace will also reward you handsomely. So you must do your best. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right, follow me. The black-robed middle-aged man nodded and led the group into the air. Not long after, they arrived near the 36 Fecta peaks. Buzz! Whoosh! Oh! In the sky, the sound of air being torn rang out continuously. The other 3 heavens' favorites had arrived. Buzz! In the sky, with a flash of light, the Esilavira-haired elder of the Heaven God sect and the others appeared above the 36 mountains. The Esilavira-haired old man swept his gaze around and said, "This time, the first round will be held in a small dimension. There are no rules in there. You can use any means. Your mission is to stay in that dimension for 15 days. Those who can stay for 15 days will be able to enter the next round. As long as I can stay for 15 days, I can enter the next round?" Many people were surprised. This sounded very simple. If he could stay for 15 days, wouldn't he be able to enter the next round after finding a place to hide? It shouldn't be that simple, many people thought. Also, in this small plane there are some opportunities distributed. I can tell you that these opportunities are very rare in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, and they can greatly increase your strength, the Esilavira-haired old man said, his voice full of temptation. Many people's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity placed by the Heavenly Divine Sect. How valuable would it be? Of course, if you want to get these opportunities, you need keys, and the keys are with each and every one of you. The Esilavira-haired old man continued. You need a key? The key is with all of us? Many people were very surprised and had a face full of doubt. However, the Esilavira-haired old man obviously did not want to explain. An earth-shaking aura burst out from his body. The aura was so strong that even the black-robed middle-aged man, who was a Level 3 Martial Royal Realm expert, was shocked. Sila! The Esilavira-haired old man waved his hand, and a huge door of light appeared in the air. You all enter from here, the Esilavira-haired old man said. Let's go. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! Oh! Immediately, some people rushed into the light door and disappeared. The Esilavira-haired old man had said that there was a great opportunity inside. If they entered first, wouldn't they have a higher chance of obtaining the great opportunity? Charge, charge, charge! One after another, young figures rushed into the light door. Little Qing, be careful after you enter. Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's small hand. I will, you too. Xian Yanqing nodded. Then the two of them stepped into the air and rushed into the door of light. The next moment, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Lu Ming found himself in the mountains. There was no one in the surroundings. As expected, he had entered this place randomly. He and Xian Yanqing had separated. Lu Ming took out a jade voice transmission talisman and sent a message to Xian Yanqing. Unfortunately, the message could not be sent out. What? At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that his spine was slightly hot, and there were wisps of blood qi spreading out. The blood qi gathered above Lu Ming's head and finally formed a blood-colored qi. Qi. That Asilavira-haired old man said that the qi is with each of us. Could he be referring to this qi? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Perhaps there would be one above everyone's head. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and soared into the sky. Who is that? After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw a hall floating in the sky. There was a floating palace here. Lu Ming was very curious and flew up. The palace's door was tightly shut, and in front of the door, there were two young men. Sure enough, there is a blood-colored qi in each of them. Lu Ming saw a qi floating above the two young men's heads. Open it. One of the young men punched the door of the palace heavily. However, the door did not move at all. Instead, the young man himself was pushed back by the force of the impact. I can't break it at all, I've tried it before. Another youth said. At this moment, the two of them had also noticed Lu Ming and they looked at him. Lu Ming stopped not far away and carefully sized up the hall. It was unknown what material the palace was made of. The youth who attacked just now had a very strong cultivation, reaching the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. However, he still couldn't break it open. There are 9 small holes there. Could they be the keyholes? Lu Ming suddenly looked at a stone tablet beside the door. There were 9 small holes on the stone tablet that were arranged in a wonderful shape. The other two young men's eyes also lit up. 9 small holes. Do I need 9 people and 9 keys to open it? One of the black-robed youths guessed. Buzz. Suddenly, the youth in the 6th level of the spiritual god realm pounced toward the black-robed youth like lightning. A blade light condensed in his hand and slashed toward the black-robed youth. What are you doing? The black-robed young man was shocked and hurriedly tried to block it. Blood-colored qi. However, the black-robed youth's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th level spiritual god realm. He was far inferior to his opponent. In addition, he was in a hurry and could not block it at all. Oh, Poochie! Blood gushed out as the black-robed youth's head flew high into the air. Even his spiritual god was crushed. If we could seize your key, then there wouldn't be a need for 9 people. The 6th level spiritual god realm young man's lips curled into a cold smile. Then a strange scene appeared. The bloodline power of the black-robed young man who was killed began to gather towards the blood-colored qi. The blood-colored qi was resplendent and filled with blood-colored light. Then it flew towards the 6th level spiritual god realm young man and appeared above his head. 2 blood-colored keys appeared above the 6th level spiritual god realm youth's head. Haha, it was just a guess. I didn't expect that I could really seize it. As long as I gather the 9 keys, I can open this palace alone and obtain the opportunities inside. The 6th level spiritual god realm young man laughed and immediately looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. You didn't run away just now. Now you'll be my key. The young man in the 6th level of the spiritual god realm revealed a ferocious expression and cold killing intent. It's a blood-colored key formed by the power of the bloodline. How amazing! Lu Ming could not be bothered with the other party. He muttered to himself with a curious look on his face. Brat die! Seeing that Lu Ming had directly ignored him, the 6th level spiritual god realm youth's eyes bloomed with killing intent. He took a step forward and his figure charged toward Lu Ming like lightning. A blade light slashed toward Lu Ming's neck. Just now, he had killed the black-robed young man with the same move. Now the power of this move was even stronger than that. The blade was about to hit Lu Ming's neck. 3 keys, he said. The young man in the 6th level of the spiritual god realm sneered as if he had already obtained 3 keys. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened, and his eyes were filled with horror. A spear's gleam had appeared out of nowhere and pierced through his dantian. It went straight through his body and crushed his spiritual soul into pieces. Fast, the spear light was too fast and terrifyingly powerful. The true essence that covered his body was pierced through by the spear light as if it was paper. Don't! He opened his mouth with difficulty, wanting to beg for mercy. The spear light shook, and the 6th-level spiritual god realm youth's body was torn into pieces. As soon as the young man died, the power of the blood in his body gathered towards the blood-red key. In the end, the 2 keys, which were glowing with a blood-red light, floated above Lu Ming's head. There were 3 blood-colored keys floating above Lu Ming's head, including his own. There are 3 keys. It seems like I can kill one person and take the other party's key. As long as I gather all 9 of them, I'll be able to open that palace and obtain the fortune inside. I just don't know if there are many of these palaces. If there are, then it would be a bloody massacre. Lu Ming sighed. In order to obtain the opportunities left behind by the Sky God sect in the palace, those heaven's favorites would definitely hunt others down like crazy to obtain the key. Little Qing. Lu Ming was a little worried about Xian Yanqing. First, we have to find little Qing. Lu Ming made up his mind and was about to leave. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of light streaked through the air and appeared not far away. It's them. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Lu Ming recognized both of them because they were geniuses who had fought evenly with the continent. One of them was one of the people who had been defeated by Lu Ming in the Divine Ruins. He was at the 6th-level spiritual god realm. The other one had short hair and looked strong and capable. It was Lu Changzhou, who had fought evenly with the number 2 heavenly pride of the continent. There were 2 blood-colored keys on top of Lu Changzhou's head, and one on the other. The 2 of them first glanced at the palace, then at Lu Ming. It's him. It's that Divine Wilderness Continent kid. 3 blood-colored keys. When the 2 of them saw Lu Ming, their eyes lit up and they were overjoyed. Lu Changzhou's eyes were burning with excitement. He laughed and said, "It's actually this brat who dares to provoke me to fight to a draw with the people of the continent. Haha, give me your key." Lu Changzhou laughed heartily. He dashed towards Lu Ming in a flash, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. Sila! A scimitar appeared in Lu Changzhou's hand. The blade glowed like the moon and was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming moved his feet and his body swayed slightly, avoiding Lu Changzhou's saber light. "Brat, don't even think about running." Lu Changzhou shouted coldly. "Oh me? Run. I'm just afraid you guys will run away." Lu Ming sneered. Buzz. He took a step forward and instantly closed in on the young man who had fought equally with the other young man on the continent. "You get lost." The young man shouted and used the fusion of blood meridians to launch his strongest attack in an attempt to stop Lu Ming. Back then in the Divine Ruins, although he was not Lu Ming's match, he could still exchange a few moves with him. The difference would not be too ridiculous. Now, he had the confidence to stop Lu Ming for a while. Bang! Lu Ming's punch landed on his blood meridian. Instantly, the person's blood meridian exploded. Even his physical body turned into dust under the punch. The power of his bloodline gathered on the blood-colored key above his head and appeared above Lu Ming's head. There were a total of 4 blood-colored keys above Lu Ming's head. Lu Changzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ming's punch had made him feel a little frightened. However, he was still confident. It's not bad for a mere Divine Wilderness Continent to have a paragon like you, but you still have to die. Kill! Lu Changzhou shouted coldly. His blade light tore open the void and left a hideous crack in the space. Whoosh! The sharp gleam of the knife was aimed at Lu Ming's throat. You want to kill me after fighting to a draw with the number 2 genius of the continent? Let's see what you've got. Lu Ming threw a punch and 8 streams of dragon energy burst out of his body as he activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The void seemed to be groaning under Lu Ming's fist. The space within a radius of 1,000 miles was shaking violently, creating ripples. Clang! The fist collided with Lu Changzhou's blade light. Lu Changzhou's expression changed drastically, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood. 7th level of the spiritual god realm, but how can a 7th level spiritual god be so strong? Lu Changzhou shouted in his heart. He could sense that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. He was already shocked that there was an expert at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm in the Divine Wilderness Continent. However, His cultivation was at the late stage of the 7th level spiritual god realm, which was higher than Lu Ming's. It was shocking that he was seriously injured by a single punch. He was afraid. This is a monster, let's go. Buzz. Lu Chengzhou turned around and ran for his life. It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. With a few steps he crossed the void and chased after Lu Chengzhou. In a few breaths he was close to Lu Ming. I'm going to kill you. Lu Chengzhou roared as he merged his bloodline and transformed into a scimitar. The scimitar emitted a blinding light and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming threw a punch and the scimitar shook violently before it flew far away. Clang! Then Lu Ming threw another punch. With a bang the scimitar exploded. It was no match at all. White Feather Continent. Currently, out of Lu Ming's 5 types of intents, 3 of them had reached complete level 4 and 2 of them had reached the peak of level 4 upper tier. The power of the fusion and explosion of 5 types of intents alone was already very shocking, not to mention the other intents. Oh, now Lu Ming could easily crush the ordinary prodigies of the same level, even if they had awakened a 9th level divine level bloodline. The scimitar exploded, and Lu Chengzhou's body was sent flying far away. His entire body was almost torn apart, and he was covered in blood. Blood was also spurting out of his mouth. How could this be? How can he be so strong? He roared in his heart and was extremely frightened. To be able to rank 8th among the 42 continents of the Divine Ruins continent cluster, he had many heaven's favorites. To be able to rank 2nd among the many heaven's favorites, he was definitely below one person and above millions of people. He was invincible among his peers. But now, he was seriously injured by Lu Ming in a few punches when they were at the same level. It was unbelievable. All he could think of now was to escape. The further he ran, the better. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. A violent force was directed at Lu Chengzhou. No, no! Lu Chengzhou screamed hysterically, but in the next moment, his body exploded and his soul was destroyed. The power of his blood gathered toward the keys. In the next moment, 6 blood-colored keys appeared above Lu Ming's head. Buzz! At that moment the 6 blood-red keys trembled as if they were resonating with each other, and gave off dense blood-red light. The light from the 6 keys then gathered, forming an incredibly powerful blood-red pillar of light that shot into the sky. At this moment, even though they were very far away from Lu Ming, they could see the blood-colored light pillar. What's that? What a dense blood light! Is there a rare treasure? Let's go and take a look. Let's go. One after another, figures pounced in Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming looked at the light pillar above his head and was dumbfounded. Could it be that gathering 6 keys would cause such a phenomenon? It would be too difficult to gather all 9 keys. Wouldn't it be strange if other experts weren't attracted by such a phenomenon? There was no place to hide. It was too difficult to obtain the opportunity mentioned by the heavenly divine sect. If that's the case, then I'll kill whoever tries to touch me. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He decided not to leave. He stood in the void and waited quietly. Not long after dash. Buzz. Whoosh. Oh. The sound of breaking the air rang out continuously. 7 or 8 young men wearing feather clothes appeared first. It's him. It's Lu Ming. One of them was Mu Ju. He shouted as soon as he saw Lu Ming, his eyes gleaming coldly. 6 keys. A piece of trash from the Divine Wilderness continent actually managed to gather 6 keys. Seems like his luck is pretty good. The moment he arrived, he encountered a pile of even more trash. A young man with black wings sneered. How strong could a person from the Divine Wilderness continent be? For him to be able to gather 6 keys, he must have encountered an even trashier continent, which was why Lu Ming had 6 keys. Kill him and I can gather the 9 keys. A young man in Esilavira feather clothes licked his lips and sneered. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming. Let's see how you're going to die this time. You were lucky last time. Mu Ju laughed. There were 7 prodigies from the White Feather continent. One of them was the young man in the white feather robe, who had stepped onto the 36 Fecta peaks. He was high and mighty, and he stood above all the other prodigies. With the paragons of the white feather continent around, he was sure that Lu Ming was dead for sure. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air being torn continued to ring out. A group of young men appeared behind Lu Ming. The one in the lead had a green beard and an extremely powerful aura. There are 6 keys. Haha, these 6 keys are mine. The green-bearded young man's eyes glowed with a scorching light when he saw the 6 blood-colored keys above Lu Ming's head. There were 4 keys above his head. Including Lu Ming's, he had 9 keys. Brutal wind, it's you. On the white feather continent, the expression of the young man in Esilavira feather clothes changed slightly. The green-bearded young man came from the yellow Mang continent and was ranked 5th in the continent group of the Divine Ruins. He was also an expert who had reached the 36 Fecta peaks. Haha, Silavira Wing, what a coincidence. The green-bearded youth grinned. Manfong, I found this kid first. You'd better leave as soon as possible. Silavira Wing said coldly. Ha ha ha, this is ridiculous. This is the test of the Tianshan sect. Who told you that first come, first served? It all depends on your ability. The key will belong to whoever kills him first. Manfong grinned and laughed. He looked very simple and honest, but the cruel killing intent in his eyes made people's hearts turn cold. At this moment, from other directions there were also sounds of flying. Another young genius had arrived. However, when they saw Manfong and Esilavira Wing, their expressions changed. Not good. It's the heaven's favorites who have reached the 36th peak. Retreat. Let's go. The people who came later all retreated with a change in expression. Lu Ming is dead. One of them was the divine wilderness continent's proud son of heaven. Sure do at that moment. His eyes flickered with a gloating light as he fled far away. Kill. At this moment the Esilavira wing suddenly burst out. A pair of Silavira wings appeared on his back. He pounced at Lu Ming like a bolt of Esilavira lightning. His sharp claws could tear through everything as he clawed at Lu Ming. Silavira Wing, you're despicable. You actually sneak attacked him. This kid is mine. Manfong roared in anger, and a beast's roar came from his body. He took a few steps in the air and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them had completely regarded Lu Ming as their prey, their key provider. In their eyes, Lu Ming's fate was already set. He was dead. They had to be on guard against the other party. It's mine. Silavira Wing's eyes were cold. He had killed Lu Ming in one move. In that case, he would kill Lu Ming first and Lu Ming's blood-red key would naturally belong to him. Hehe, you're just ignoring me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He shifted his feet slightly and dodged the Esilavira Wing's grasp. Brat, you still dare to dodge? Die. The Esilavira Wing bellowed and its claws swiped at Lu Ming rapidly. Lu Ming actually dared to dodge. He was furious. He had seized the opportunity with great difficulty. If Lu Ming dodged, would he not lose it? In his heart, he would not even consider the fact that he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Was it not normal for Lu Ming to dodge? He was only thinking that if Lu Ming dodged, he would destroy his opportunity. Then I won't dodge. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then dash. Boom. An extremely shocking aura burst out from his body. The aura of the 7th level spiritual god realm was completely released. The 5-colored concept surrounded him as he punched out. This punch landed on one of Silavira Wing's claws. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Silavira Wing screamed and retreated quickly. Chapter 1231 Easily Killed. What? Oh. Manfong was rushing toward Lu Ming, worried that Silavira Wing would get the first move. However, he suddenly saw that Silavira Wing's claw was injured by Lu Ming's punch and it was forced to retreat. He was a little stunned. In his imagination, this was not the case at all. He was still worried that Lu Ming would be killed by Silavira Wing in 2 moves, and was silently praying that Lu Ming would be able to dodge and withstand a few moves. He had never expected that it would actually be such a scene. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly, his killing intent extremely strong. Enveloped by Lu Ming's killing intent, Silavira Wing's entire body turned cold and he retreated rapidly. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you retreating now? Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and caught up with the Silavira Wing in an instant. He struck out with his palm. The power of this palm made Silavira Wing's hair stand on end and his muscles tremble in fear. Gah! With a sharp cry, Silavira Wing transformed into a big Silavira bird, emitting Silavira light all over his body. It turned out that Silavira Wing wasn't a human but a demon. This was his true form. He transformed into his original form and folded his Silavira wings to block in front of him in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck down and destroyed the Silavira Wing's protective demonic energy. His palm hit the Silavira Wing's wings and with a clang, the wings exploded. Silavira feathers flew all over the sky. Arg! Silavira Wing screamed and retreated like a madman. He was like a Silavira lightning. Bang! 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 Lu Ming took a few steps forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The power of each step was stronger than the previous one. The power of each step landed on Silavira Wing's body. With every step, Silavira Wing's body trembled violently. When Lu Ming took the 8th step, Silavira Wing let out a shrill scream and its body was torn to pieces. Silavira blood scattered in the air. How can he be so strong? On the other side, Man Feng was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Then he felt a chill in his heart. It was too shocking. Silavira Wing's combat strength was about the same as his, but he was killed by Lu Ming in a few moves. This was too terrifying. Run quickly, run. The first thing that flashed through his mind was this sentence. Then he turned and ran. Didn't you want my key? Why is he running away now? A cold voice sounded in Man Feng's ears. You're courting death. Man Feng roared in fear. He exploded with all his strength and threw a punch at Lu Ming, but what greeted him was Lu Ming's punch. Bang! The two fists collided. Man Feng felt a sharp pain in his arm. The bones in his hand were broken by Lu Ming's punch. Boom! 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 Following that, Lu Ming's attacks were like a storm. The shadows of his fists were like mountains, enveloping the brutal wind. No! Man Feng roared, but in the next moment he was drowned. Then with a scream Man Feng was killed. The 2 top powerhouses who could ascend the 36 Fecta peaks were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. What? How did this happen? Not far away, the paragons of the White Feather Continent and the Yellow Mang Continent watched this scene in shock, their mouths agape. How is that possible? How is this possible? Especially Mujua, he couldn't stop mumbling. He couldn't accept what was happening. Lu Ming's combat strength was very strong. He had long known that Lu Ming had killed so many experts in the divine ruins. Even a perfected spiritual god was not Lu Ming's match. However, the geniuses who were able to ascend the 36 Fecta peaks all had combat strength that could suppress those in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. They could even kill those in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. Their combat strength was extremely close to that of a supreme being and were definitely above Lu Ming's back then. He had thought that Silavira Wing would be able to kill Lu Ming. But now, Lu Ming played it down. He casually slashed Silavira Wing and Brutal Wind in succession without even activating his blood meridian. This kind of combat strength was too shocking and terrifying. Mujua, it's your turn now. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Muju. No, no. Mujua almost peed his pants in fear. He screamed and ran back frantically. The others also dispersed in an uproar. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure was like lightning as he rushed towards Muju. Don't kill me, help! Help me! Mujua shouted madly. He didn't have the courage to resist. Didn't you want to kill me? Lu Ming said. No, I beg you, let me go. Mujua was about to cry. Back then in the divine ruins, why didn't you consider letting me off? Lu Ming sneered. His killing intent was extremely cold. He had to kill Muju. Lu Ming, I'm the young master of the Mu family. My father is the master of the Mu family, a king. If you kill me, no one can save you. You're dead too. Muju shouted. Seeing that begging for mercy wasn't going to work, he began to threaten. That's my business, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming sneered, unmoved. Don't. Mujue trembled in fear and only knew to scream. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Muju. He struck with his palm and Muju was killed without any resistance. Buzz. At this moment, the light above Lu Ming's head was even more dazzling. The blood-red light pillar was even more brilliant. That was because there were a total of 9 blood-colored keys floating above Lu Ming's head. Why are there only 9? Lu Ming was very surprised. Earlier, he had killed Silavira Wing and Brutal Wind. Logically speaking, he should have obtained more than 10 keys from them. However, there were only 9 keys above Lu Ming's head. It seems that I can only get 9 at a time. Any more than that would be a waste. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Let's open the palace first. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the palace. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's hair stood on end as he sensed danger approaching him rapidly. Whoosh! In the sky, a sword light descended from the sky and headed toward Lu Ming. Before the sword gleam arrived, a terrifying chill descended, as if it was going to freeze Lu Ming completely. Boom! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming threw a punch at the sword gleam. With a bang, the sword light exploded and turned into ice fragments that scattered in all directions. This was an ice sword. As for Lu Ming, he took 3 consecutive steps back. So cold, such a terrifying cold chi. Lu Ming felt that his fist was a little numb. He lowered his head and saw that a layer of ice crystals had formed on his fist. His fist was covered with 5 different concepts of heaven and earth, as well as the essential core. Under his skin there was also the dragon power due to the explosion. However, the cold air had actually passed through his multiple defenses and was about to freeze Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming had never seen such a cold air before. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and saw a young man in white, walking toward him. 5 keys were floating above the man's head. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This person was one of the 4 most powerful geniuses of the North Deity Palace. He was on par with Ji Hongquan, Wang Zhan, and the others. Ice Dragon. Lu Ming murmured. The black-robed man had specially compiled a list of the most terrifying geniuses of the 4 divine palaces and the top-ranked continents. Lu Ming had seen them before. Chapter 1232 Fighting the Ice Dragon. Not bad. To be able to take a blow from me and only retreat 3 steps without being injured. You're quite strong. Oh. The ice dragon stepped down and spoke indifferently, with an arrogant look. Previously, he had seen Lu Ming kill Silavira Wing and Brutal Wind, but he was still full of confidence. Stepping onto the 36 Tiangang peaks didn't mean anything. He didn't care about Silavira Wing and Brutal Wind at all. You also want my key? Lu Ming stared at the ice dragon and said. Hehe, you just happened to encounter it so you naturally can't miss it. You can only blame yourself for being too unlucky. The ice dragon spoke in a cold voice as if it had Lu Ming in the palm of its hand. You're that confident? Just now, Silavira Wing and Brutal Wind were just as confident, but in the end they were just giving me the key. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me to those 2 pieces of trash. Otherwise, you'll realize that you've made a huge mistake. The ice dragon smiled confidently. As he spoke, he strode towards Lu Ming, his body exuding a terrifying chill. Lu Ming's essential chi was boiling and burning. It seems like you want to fight to the death. You're really like a mantis trying to stop a car. The ice dragon's voice turned cold. Endless ice crystals suddenly appeared around his body. The water vapor in the air was frozen by the cold air and condensed. Around the ice dragon, even the wind stopped, as if it had been frozen. Whoosh! The ice dragon pointed a finger at Lu Ming, and a terrifying cold air shot towards him. The cold air seemed to be able to freeze everything in its path. Boom! In Lu Ming's body, vital essence was howling. The 5 types of heaven and earth concepts were circulated to the extreme, forming a pair of 5-colored boxing gloves on his fists. Then he punched out at the finger force. Bang! With a violent explosion, a white wave of cold air spread out in all directions. At this moment, with them as the center, the sky within 1,000 miles was white and countless ice crystals appeared. Lu Ming's body swayed and he took 2 steps back. It's so cold. This time not only on Lu Ming's fist but on his body as well. A layer of white ice crystals appeared. What? The ice dragon raised its eyebrows. It was clearly surprised that Lu Ming had caught its finger. He was confident that he could kill Silavira Wing and Man Feng with this finger. 10,000 miles of ice. The ice dragon's aura grew even colder. This time it switched its fingers to a palm and smacked out. The entire sky was filled with cold air that enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment the space seemed to be frozen. Lu Ming felt as if his body had fallen into a swamp and he could not move. Die. It's your honor to die in this move of mine. The ice dragon's cold voice rang out. Oh really? Then let's try the 9th dragon power. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. A dragon's roar rang out from his body, and the 9th dragon energy erupted. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of purple crystal light. His muscles were squirming slightly. This power. Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon energy was boiling and filled with endless power. Boom! With Lu Ming as the center, the space within a 5-kilometer radius was annihilated and turned into nothingness. The feeling of falling into a swamp also disappeared. Boom! Then he threw another punch at the ice dragon and it collided with his palm. This strength. When the fist and palm collided, the ice dragon's expression changed greatly. His body trembled, and 9 layers of thick ice crystals appeared in front of him. At the same time he quickly retreated. Boom boom. The 9 layers of ice crystals were reduced to ashes under Lu Ming's terrifying strength. Chi. The ice crystals contained boundless cold air. They wanted to seal Lu Ming in ice but Lu Ming shook them away with his strength. This cold chi seems to be the ice mentality, but why is it so terrifying? The temperature is so low. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. He had come into contact with the ice concept many times. Although it was powerful, it was still 100,000 miles away from the ice dragon. The ice dragon's frost concept was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had never seen it before. Lu Ming was shocked, but the ice dragon's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming could actually defeat him head-on. It was beyond his expectations. It seems that you have been hiding your strength. Your strength is indeed amazing, but it's still too early to fight with me. The ice dragon's voice became colder and colder. The aura on his body also became stronger and the cold air became colder. The early stage of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm was the cultivation of the ice dragon. At such a young age, his cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 8th level spiritual god realm. In addition to that extremely terrifying ice concept, the ice dragon could easily kill a great circle spiritual god. Martial technique of intent, absolute 0. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, the ice dragon performed the bloodline fusion and turned into an ice sword. The sword light was shocking. The moment the sword light appeared, everything in the world seemed to stop moving. It was as if they had been frozen. There was only the sword light in the world. The icy sword slashed at Lu Ming. At this moment Lu Ming's gaze turned solemn. The ice dragon's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, and with the terrifying ice concept, his combat power was shocking. The ice dragon indeed had the right to be arrogant. For example, Silavira Wing and Brutal Wind were not even worthy of carrying the shoes for the ice dragon. If they were too far apart, they would be killed with a casual move. Roar! The 9 dragon bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming also performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. Kill! The 9 dragons stepped in the air and charged toward the ice dragon. The 2 of them began a great battle. Boom! 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 The entire area was blown apart, and an endless amount of energy mixed with a terrifying chill wreaked havoc in the world. In the distance, some people saw Lu Ming's blood-red light pillar and wanted to rush over to see what was going on. However, thousands of miles away they saw the two of them fighting. All of them widened their eyes in horror and turned to leave. Heavens, how can he be so strong? Are they still of the same generation as us? That's too terrifying. With such strength he can almost fight with a supreme being, right? Go, quickly go. The heavens' favorites all scattered in fear. They didn't dare to get too close, afraid that they would be sucked in and die. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged dozens of moves with the ice dragon. The dragon's roar shook the sky as Lu Ming's courage mounted as the battle progressed. Every inch of the 9 dragons' bodies and muscles were weapons of war. He used the true dragon combat technique, 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps, and the prison-suppressing heavenly technique in turns. The power of the 9 dragons seemed to be able to destroy everything, and the power of the prison suppression heavenly art seemed to be able to suppress everything. Although the ice dragon's frost concept was extremely terrifying, Lu Ming had comprehended 5 types of heaven and earth concepts after all. When they were gathered together, he could still resist it. Selah! The dragon claw broke through the ice dragon's ice armor and left a deep mark on it. Bang! The divine dragon wagged its tail, and the prison-suppressing heavenly art burst forth, sending the ice dragon flying. Who is this person? Which continent does he come from? How could he have such astonishing battle strength? The ice dragon quickly retreated. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. Martial technique of creation. I'll let you off this time. We'll fight again next time. Oh, the ice dragon left these words and actually turned to leave, escaping just like that. Lu Ming did not give chase. He transformed back into his human form and stared coldly in the direction where the ice dragon had left. The ice dragon was indeed very powerful. Although Lu Ming still had some tricks up his sleeve and had not activated his 3rd blood meridian, he might not be able to kill the ice dragon even if he activated his 3rd blood meridian. Moreover, he already had 9 keys. Even if he killed the ice dragon, he wouldn't be able to obtain more keys. Take a look inside the palace. What's inside? Lu Ming flew high into the sky and came to the front of the hall. There was a stone tablet in front of the gate of the palace. There were 9 small holes on the stone tablet just like keyholes. With a thought, the 9 keys above his head flew into the 9 small holes. All 9 keys were inserted into the small hole. Gotcha! The palace's door opened. As expected, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Without any hesitation, he stepped out and entered the hall through the door. As soon as Lu Ming entered, the door of the hall closed again. Within the palace was a large hall. Lu Ming swept his gaze around. This is... Lu Ming discovered that there were several platforms in the hall. There were orbs of light on the platforms. He could see that there were symbols under the light. On one of the platforms under the light balls there were some symbols of pills. The powerhouse from the Tianshan sect said, there were opportunities in this small plane, and the keys were with each of them. The opportunities he was talking about should be these light balls, right? Lu Ming made a guess and then continued to size him up. Under the ball of light on the other platform, the symbol was much more complicated. Under some of the balls of light were patterns in the shape of lightning. Under some of the light orbs were patterns of flames, waves, tornadoes, and others. What's in these light balls? How many can I choose? You can't possibly give them all to me, right? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming walked to the light orb marked with the lightning pattern and reached out to grab it. The ball of light was destroyed and a jade talisman was in Lu Ming's hand. It's that easy. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Then, his eyes lit up and he stretched out his hand to grab another ball of light. It didn't move at all. The ball of light seemed to be a layer of protective shield that firmly blocked Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and even unleashed his dragon energy. However, the ball of light did not budge at all. He could not break it. Following that, Lu Ming changed to another light orb, but the result was the same. Lu Ming tried almost all the light orbs, but he could not break any of them. It seems like I can only obtain one item from each ball of light. Lu Ming guessed and could only give up. I wonder what is recorded in this jade token. Lu Ming was somewhat curious. What was the opportunity that the Tianxin sect was talking about? He sent his spiritual sense into the jade token and carefully examined it. It's a martial technique, a low-grade martial technique of God-level intent. Martial technique of creation? After Lu Ming took a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. What was a martial technique of creation? Lu Ming only knew about bloodline martial arts techniques. Other than bloodline martial arts techniques, the other martial arts techniques were all ordinary martial arts techniques. How could there be martial arts techniques of creation? Lu Ming had never heard of it. Immediately, Lu Ming read the content carefully. The Thunder God Strike was the name of this martial technique. Oh, so amazing, so amazing. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was filled with amazement. He finally understood what a martial technique of creation was. Ordinary warriors who had comprehended the will of heaven and earth would become more powerful as their levels increased. However, they had not yet discovered the true power of the will. Normal martial artists only use the power of intent roughly. Take Lu Ming for example. The fusion of 5 types of heaven and earth intent realms was usually only used to increase Lu Ming's attack power. However, the deeper levels of each intent realm had not been excavated. As for martial techniques of intent, through martial techniques and special operations, the power of the intent could be exerted to the fullest. The potential of the intent could be used to the extreme. Lu Ming had never even heard of martial arts techniques of creation in the Divine Wilderness continent. The levels of martial techniques of intent were the same as ordinary martial techniques, such as the low-grade divine level and the high-grade divine level. The low-grade divine level martial technique focused on the deep application of intent. As for the high-grade God-level techniques, they were not considered intent martial techniques. They should be called domain martial techniques, which could exert the emperor's domain to the extreme. The power of martial techniques of creation was several times stronger than ordinary martial techniques, and even bloodline martial techniques. It was very terrifying. Lu Ming looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. What a powerful and terrifying power. However, it's too profound. The difficulty of cultivating it is astonishingly high. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The martial technique of creation was powerful, but it was more difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming felt that although they were both low-grade divine-level martial arts techniques, the difficulty of cultivating the martial arts technique of creation was 100 times more difficult than cultivating ordinary low-grade divine-level martial arts techniques. Yes, it was 100 times. Martial techniques of creation were 100 times harder to cultivate than ordinary martial techniques. Lu Ming frowned and looked at it carefully. In the end, he simply took out the Path Understanding Ancient Tree and placed it at the side to help with his comprehension. Unconsciously, Lu Ming's mind was immersed in the Thunder God Strike, trying to figure out the profoundness of it. After the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's comprehension had increased by 10 times. Now, under the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, his understanding of the Thunder God Strike was improving rapidly. Lu Ming was completely immersed in the cultivation of the Thunder God Strike. 7 days had passed unknowingly. Oh! Bolts of lightning were swimming around Lu Ming's body, as if they were alive and had spirituality. In the end, the lightning on Lu Ming's body increased in number but became thinner. In the end, there were countless bolts of lightning, each one thinner than a strand of hair. Countless bolts of lightning as thin as this weaved together to form a lightning armor. It looked exactly the same as ordinary clothes. There was no difference at all. However, if anyone touched it with their hands, they would be turned to ashes by the power of lightning. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. I've successfully cultivated the first level of the Thunder God Strike. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After 7 days of comprehension, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the first stage of the Thunder God Strike in one go. This speed was already very shocking. Some peerless geniuses could spend their entire lives and still not reach the first level. Martial arts techniques of intent are indeed wonderful. It can fully unleash the potential energy of the thunder intent. I'm still at the first level. The more I practice, the more powerful it will be. Lu Ming looked at the lightning combat suit draped over his body. With a thought, the lightning combat suit disappeared. It seems that the ice dragon also cultivates martial techniques of creation. No wonder the ice creation can release such a terrifying power. Lu Ming thought of the ice dragon. However, the ice dragon should have cultivated it a long time ago. It had just entered this place at that time, so it couldn't have obtained it from here. The martial technique of creation should have been inherited from the North God Palace. Chapter 1234 Fighting for the Key. The Divine Ruins continent was indeed the number one continent in the Divine Ruins continent cluster. Martial techniques of intent that were unheard of in the Divine Wilderness continent could be inherited here. Oh, perhaps the four great divine palaces all had the inheritance of martial arts techniques of creation. Most of the strongest geniuses of the four great divine palaces had come into contact with them and cultivated for many years. Their power must be extraordinary. Lu Ming guessed that the ice dragon must have cultivated the ice concept martial arts technique to the second level. I didn't expect 7 days to pass so quickly. It's time to go out. I wonder how little Qing is doing. Lu Ming was a little worried. He had unknowingly fallen into his previous state of enlightenment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this time to attain enlightenment. He would have definitely found Xian Yanqing first. This place was too dangerous. All the elites were killing each other to take each other's keys and opportunities. Even with Xian Yanqing's cultivation and combat strength, he was still in danger. Without further hesitation, Lu Ming walked out. Gotcha! When Lu Ming came to the door opened automatically and he stepped out. After Lu Ming left, the door closed automatically. Whoosh! A blood-red key flew out of the 9 keyholes on the stone tablet and floated above Lu Ming's head. It was Lu Ming's sword. The other 8 swords had disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few figures flew out from the mountains below. Someone has indeed entered the palace. Stop him, don't let him go. So it's him. I recognize him. He's from the Divine Wilderness continent. A series of voices rang out. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was the number 1 heaven's favorite of the Shun Yi continent, Yi Kuang. After this period of time, Yi Kuang's cultivation had also broken through the bottleneck and entered the 6th level spiritual god realm. A total of 3 people surrounded Lu Ming from 3 directions. When they came here some time ago, they found 9 keyholes on the stone tablet in front of the gate. They had the keys and knew that someone had gone in. The few of them waited in the mountains below and saw Lu Ming coming out. This person can't be underestimated. His combat strength isn't weak. Yi Kuang's eyes were solemn. What are you afraid of? With the 3 of us joining hands, do we still need to fear him? Another youth said. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. You're looking for death. Let's join forces and kill him. A young man shouted. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The man's body was torn to pieces. Then Lu Ming charged at Yi Kuang and the other man. No! Yi Kuang roared in fear. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud bangs there were 2 more corpses on the scene. 3 keys appeared above Lu Ming's head. And there were 4 keys again. Lu Ming did not stop. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and flew in one direction at top speed. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense to search for Xian Yanqing. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure was like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast. In a short while, they had flown more than 100,000 miles. Along the way, Lu Ming saw more than 10 halls in the sky. There were indeed many palaces in this world. All of a sudden, Lu Ming looked in front of him. There was a blood-red pillar of light that shot into the sky. It was obvious that someone had obtained more than 6 keys, which was why the blood-red light pillar was activated. I don't know if little Qing is there. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took a step forward and flew in that direction. After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw that there were other paragons flying in that direction from other directions. Clearly, the others had also seen the light pillar. Someone has obtained more than 6 keys. Kill them. Quick, don't let others get there first. A series of voices rang out. Lu Ming took a casual glance and saw no less than 10 young men flying towards the blood-red light pillar. Lion City. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Among these people he saw Shirdu. Shirdu's aura was at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. It was obvious that he had also broken through to the 1st level during this period of time. In front of them, on the peak of a mountain, everyone saw a young man in blue robes. Above his head there were 7 blood-red keys. It's him. This is the person. He's only at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. This person is mine. It's mine. As soon as they sensed the young man's cultivation, many people's eyes lit up. This time, nearly 1,000 young geniuses had entered. The ones with the weakest cultivation were even at the 2nd and 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. This person was at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. If he was lucky, he would really obtain 7 keys. Their eyes were naturally burning with desire. If they could kill this person and obtain his 7 keys, they would be able to easily obtain the 9 keys and enter the palace in the sky to obtain the fortune. The blue-robed youth's expression changed drastically when he saw so many people. He turned around and fled. Where should we go? It's too late to escape. A series of cold shouts rang out, and more than a dozen figures chased after the blue-robed young man. Lu Ming frowned. He could vaguely sense that something was not right. However, he was not afraid and chased after them from a distance. A moment later, the young man in blue escaped into a valley. Suddenly dash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 to 8 young men in blue suddenly flew out of the valley. Each of them had a powerful aura and a cold gaze. Many of them had 5 or 4 blood-colored keys floating above their heads. Haha. So many big fish. I'm rich. These people laughed loudly. Not good, we've been tricked. Let's go. The faces of those young men who were originally chasing changed greatly. They knew that they had fallen into a trap. The peak 4th level spiritual god realm youth in blue was only bait. He had deliberately obtained the 7 keys to lure others to kill him, and then be led into his trap. It's too late to leave now. A few blue-shirt youths sneered. Their bodies revealed a powerful aura. 2 of them had even reached the terrifying level of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. They were very fast. They stepped into the air and surrounded Lu Ming and the rest. 7th level spiritual god realm. It's over. We're dead. Some people were terrified. The Lion City was in the same state. It was terrified and wanted to escape, but it was surrounded by the young man in blue from all directions. Ah! Lu Ming. Shirdu turned around and saw Lu Ming. Previously, his attention had been on the young man in blue and he did not see Lu Ming. Now he finally saw him. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. 7 days ago, he saw with his own eyes that Lu Ming was surrounded by Silavira wings and brutal wind. He thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He did not expect that Lu Ming was still alive and well. However, there was no time to be surprised. Escaping was more important. Die! The 7 young men in blue attacked, and sword light burst out. Instantly, a series of screams rang out as 5 young men were killed in an instant. The remaining few tried their best to resist and finally managed to block the attack. Shirdu quivered a little and he dodged a move. Bang! Lu Ming waved his palm and destroyed one of the sword chi. Kill! 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 2 cold shouts rang out. The 2 7th level spiritual god realm blue-robed young men made their moves. The sword light was like lightning, instantly killing another 2 young men. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.